Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to your favorite show on the internet, Raw Law Unfiltered, with your favorite host, the DUI Guy Plus. Today, we are going to have one of the most insane court days I think we have had to date, folks. This is week 3, day 14 of the Karen Reed jury trial, or should I say, the defense of Colin Albert. So this theory came across my desk last night, and now I can't shake it out of my head that this whole trial is actually a facade and a cover up in order to make sure that, like, okay, let me just start at the beginning. All right, Lally is calling all these witnesses, right? Lally is calling all of these witnesses to just what are they bringing to the table? We keep asking ourselves, what is he doing? Why are they testifying? What do they have to bring? What are they promulgating? What theory of the case is it? I mean, the only thing that he's got so far is some witnesses saying the SUV was here and then it was here. The SUV was here and then it was here. Nobody heard a commotion. Nobody heard. I mean, can you imagine a car actually hitting a person outside your door and you're going, la, 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 la. Like you would hear like a something loud music. Oh, I'm sorry, loud music was playing, so that's why you weren't able to hear someone getting freaking trampled outside your door by a car. What? And the dog wasn't barking and nothing. Like, it just, none of it makes sense. And now I'm starting to understand this is not the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed case. It is now becoming more and more abundantly clear. This is the federal government versus the McAlberts, or more specifically, the federal government versus Colin Albert. And I'm not alone apparently in this theory. I tweeted about it last night, and it's making its rounds, and a lot of people are on board. They understand and they agree, because I'm not alone in this assumption. The federal government, remember when Ryan Nagel testified. Remember Ryan Nagel? He was on the witness stand. He was one of the people in the car in Ricky Dantano's Ford F-150. Ricky was the only one who actually testified honestly, who said the SUV never moved while he was there. Everyone else is saying the SUV moved 3 feet. Like, how would you not notice somebody hitting somebody? Like, it's so ridiculous. But anyway, when Ryan Nagel, or it's Ryan, right? Ryan Nagel. When Ryan Nagel was up there, and he said, like, oh, but the Fed interview, the interview with the feds, everyone just like, what, no, moving on. The jury now has it in their heads. That, wait a second, the feds are involved in this. And like I said, there are 3 categories of jurors when it comes to the federal government topic. There are some going, I don't understand what that means. What does that mean? Federal government involved? Is this not the federal government? Like, they're not going to know the difference. They're the ones who are going to go, oh, that's interesting. The federal government is involved in this. Why are they involved in this? This is a state case. And then there's a third group going, holy crap, the feds are getting involved? That means that there's something bigger going on. Okay? So those are the 3 possible jurors that we have out of those 17. And I'm certain at least 2 of them are in the 3rd category, based on the things that I have seen, or at least they appear to be. So the most important thing about this case is to understand that the jury, I'm telling you folks, I laid eyes on them. Okay. I can tell you now from personal experience rather than someone else's secondhand explanation to me. They're paying attention. They're being very vigilant. They're taking copious notes. They're probably having trouble keeping track of the story just like we are. But most importantly, they understand, they seem to collectively all understand that something is wrong here. Something is not right. Something doesn't make sense, because they're waiting for action and they're relying on Alan and David to provide that action. They're relying on Alan and David to explain really, they get their information from Alan and David, Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. When Lally's up there, they're just like, oh my God, it's really frustrating for them. It's really annoying for them, and we empathize with them because look, they're. I don't know why people always, and I guess I had to ask myself the other question the other day. I was like, why are people not understanding? Jurors are people. People are jurors. If we are bored, they're bored. If they're bored, we're bored. But then I have to remind myself, not everybody has the level of courtroom experience that I do. And when you look at, when you hear about jurors, when you look at jurors, when you just imagine them in your mind's eye, whatever you're imagining is probably what's happening. That's the key. That's the key to unlocking and understanding the jury in the Karen Reed case. Okay, remember that. If you are frustrated by a witness and you're rolling your eyes going, oh my God, are you serious? They're doing the exact same thing for the most part. There may be some outliers, but they're few and far in between because there's always going to be outliers, especially in the jury of a fairly small town of Canton, Massachusetts. But the most important thing you have to remember is that they're listening, they're paying attention, and they're just as frustrated as you and I. Okay. Somebody was asking me if I am going to do the video on the juror reactions. I'm not, probably. I don't have the time for it, folks. I'm sorry. I'm streaming this every day, plus we all can agree on that at this point. Oh, that's interesting.
Yay. All persons having business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court in the County of Norfolk. God may it, in your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. Morning.
Steve Leto.
So I'm going to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Mr. McCabe, please?
Countdown to an epic collaboration between DUI guy and Steve Leto. Leto's Law. It might happen. No reason for it not to, I guess. Oh, what a tangled web we weave. When first we practice, we deceive. That's all I think when I consider the Alberts and the Proctors.
I do.
Thanks, Crazy Old Fart. And Ali Riddle, thanks for joining on as a member. Welcome to the channel.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever
Smacking,
you're
oh
ready.
God, yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
Good morning,
of
sir.
lip smacking.
Good morning.
Where left off yesterday, you had gone to bed on the 28th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Friday night.
And at some point you woke up on the later in the morning on the 29th, correct?
Yes, Saturday morning.
And
The
do you
screens.
recall, sir, what awoke you on that morning?
Yes, I do.
What was that, sir?
I awoke to the screaming of Jen, Jen, Jen. So when I woke up, I thought there was somebody in my bedroom. I kind of snapped up out of bed. What the hell's going on?
Welcome
Looking
to
around the
TV.
room, realized my wife was actually on the phone.
And the screaming that you heard, how loud was it?
It was loud enough to wake me up from a dead sleep. I could hear it. It was loud. Obviously, I was laying in bed and realizing after my wife was laying right next to me.
We're continuing the direct
on the phone.
examination.
But it was
That's why.
it was a loud Jen, Jen, Jen. It was repetitive.
Okay, all right.
Do you know approximately what time that was, sir?
Yeah, shortly before 5 a.m.
And did you recognize the voice that you heard screaming?
I did not recognize the voice.
And as far as that phone conversation went on for, well, let me ask you this first. As far as
that phone conversation was concerned, could you hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, I could.
And that was based on the volume of the person speaking on the other end, correct?
Correct.
And eventually, were you able to recognize or identify the voice on the other end of your wife's conversation?
Yes, I asked my wife, what the hell is going, after I woke up and popped up, looking around the room to find out who's in my bedroom, assuming it was a kid, one of my kids screaming. I asked my wife, what is going on? And I could hear her saying, I'm on the phone with Karen. She can't find John.
And from the course of that conversation continues while you were in your bedroom, is that correct?
Yeah, that conversation continued for a couple minutes. I could hear the dialogue. And then again, right back to Jen, 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 the repeating of my wife's name again.
As far as the dialogue was concerned, specifically from the defendant, Ms. Reed's perspective, what, if anything, do you recall about that?
She didn't know where John was, and the last time she saw him was at the waterfall.
And about how long did that initial phone call or that initial conversation between the wife and the defendant go on?
From when I woke up, minute and a half, 2 minutes, I don't know the exact time.
And after,
Give or take.
You recall how that conversation ended? Did your wife hang up or?
Yes, they hung up the phone.
Oh, wow.
Um,
Sure, number 13.
I was laying in
This
the
is
bed.
huge.
My wife was next to me,
Thanks for the intel.
and I think my wife immediately called somebody else, was calling friends that lived near the waterfall that happened to be out that evening. And she started making those phone calls.
And as your wife was making those phone calls, what, if anything, did you say to her?
Objection.
What, if anything, did he say to her?
Yes.
To,
No, I'm not gonna let you testify to that. Next question.
With respect to the defendant's statement that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall, what, if anything, occurred to you in reference to that?
in reference to her saying she last saw him at the waterfall, I then told my wife, what are you talking about?
So I'll not what you said, sir, but I think Mr. Riley asked you what you thought, what you gathered from that.
I thought she was crazy
And why was it?
because I saw her vehicle. I saw the black SUV arrive to the 34 Fairview that morning.
You had overheard the conversation from Mr. O'Keefe to your wife the night previous, correct?
That's correct.
And so what happened then?
I told my wife, what are you talking about? She was at,
It's not what you said to your wife.
all right, sorry.
It's hard. Ask the
Um,
question, Mr. Riley, so that he can answer it properly.
Come on,
So
Lally.
your wife made some phone calls in your presence, correct?
Control your
Yes, she
witness.
did.
And following those phone conversations, what, if any, other conversations did she have with the defendant that morning?
There were multiple calls. I don't recall what calls were made, what time, but the next call,
Probably.
we were informing the defendant that, wait, we saw your car. We saw you come to 34 Fairview. You guys were there. And I heard the response of, I don't remember. I don't remember going there.
And what, if any, other conversation do you recall in those subsequent phone conversations that you overheard from the defendant?
At some moment, as I said, my wife had made a couple phone calls. And one of the calls with Karen Reed, she blurted that she broke her taillight, cracked her taillight, something to that effect, while we were, while Jen and I were still in the bedroom and she was on the phone.
And as your wife, when you were in the bedroom and your wife is on the phone, what, if anything, were the two of you doing?
After my wife had made a few calls, we were completely confused on where the hell John was. The thought process in our head at that moment was we knew that John had mentioned that he was potentially going to be meeting up with another person. So we called that individual, my wife called that individual to see if by chance, again, confused, left at the waterfall. We saw them at the house. Did John not go with her? Did what happened? Did he get out of the car? Did he go somewhere else? So we proceeded to call a couple other people that we thought he possibly might have met up with, well, another individual.
From those other phone calls that you observed your wife making at any point in time, other than a conversation with the defendant, did you observe her to have any conversation with anybody?
You're asking if my wife did?
What I'm asking is not to any content or anything like that, but your wife made phone calls, correct?
That is correct.
And when she made those phone calls, did you observe her conversing with anybody on the phone?
No, she did not speak to anybody. Nobody answered any of our calls.
And at some point, did you yourself reach out to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I know I texted him, and I think I called him as well. Pretty much, where the hell are you? I think it was when Karen Reed and my wife were leaving my house. I think I responded, where the hell are you? Now Karen and Jen are out looking for you.
And in regard to those text messages, did you receive any response from Mr. O'Keefe?
I did not.
And with regard to those texts, you had Mr. O'Keefe programmed into your phone, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you would have prior conversations with him via text message and phone using that number that you had programmed into your phone.
Yes.
So no response to the text as far as the phone call that you placed with Mr. O'Keefe. Did he answer? Did you speak with him at all?
I did not speak to Mr. O'Keefe.
Now, at some point, do you and your wife proceed downstairs?
My wife proceeded downstairs. I remained in the bedroom.
And what is the next thing that you remember occurring that morning?
While I was getting dressed, I put my jeans on. My wife went downstairs. She was going to make a coffee. My wife and I were proceeding to leave. We were going to leave our house and make a drive to the house of the gentleman that my wife was calling that we possibly thought John could have met up with. And within that moment, again, I don't know the exact time, I then heard yelling out in my front yard.
And when you heard the yelling in your front yard, what did you do?
I realized it was Karen Reed, and I told my wife to please tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the whole neighborhood.
And where is it, or when is this in relation to that first phone call when you sort of shoot up out of it?
At least a half hour, give or take. Again, I don't know the exact time.
Now, at any point after you hear the yelling out front, you hear the defendant yelling out front, what was she yelling at that?
She again repeated, Jen.
Okay, for the love of God, you got it.
For some reason, kept repeating my wife's name. I don't know if she got all the way to my doorway or my wife walked out, but my wife had said, I was actually relieved because I was like, not thinking what happened to John happened to John. I was thinking he was on somebody's couch. So I was like, good, I'm not going to look for him, thinking my wife was going to go. My wife said she's going to go with Karen to go find John.
And at any point in time that morning when the defendant arrived at the house, did you actually go outside or look outside? Or?
I did not go outside. I did look out the blinds of my bedroom window, which is the closest to the
Allie's
driveway.
father.
What, if anything, did you
Allie
see when you
McCabe.
looked out?
Saw Karen's car in my driveway.
Did you see
Aiden
the,
came up with a good
defendant
name for
read
her,
anywhere
Allie
outside
by.
as well?
Alley by.
I don't recall physically seeing her. I saw the vehicle. I don't recall seeing her directly, making any physical contact as far as seeing her.
What, if any, concerns that you have in reference to your wife going out with Ms. Reed at that particular time?
I had mentioned to my wife before she was leaving the house that
Now, I'll allow this.
That-
What were your concerns?
my concerns were she was going to be driving with Miss Reed in their vehicle, in Miss Reed's vehicle, and my concerns were that she had a broken taillight what I thought by a broken taillight was that her taillight was out, meaning there was no light. And I didn't think it was a bright idea to be driving around with no physical light on the taillight
Particularly given the weather, is that fair to say?
because of the weather, correct?
Yeah,
And so,
that's a good, interesting
your wife then leaves
observation.
your
That's
retreat, is that correct?
technology.
That is correct.
you know, happen to see like who got in where as far as the car, who was driving when they left?
I did not see that, no.
Now, was that within the same time frame that you were driving before, about a half hour after you hear the initial call?
Yes, from when, from Miss Reed arriving at my house was, yes, half hour or so after the initial call. And
Didn't
it
they?
wasn't long after before they proceeded to leave.
They all look. I can't wait to see
At
Jennifer
this time
McCabe.
that you're
She
looking
looks
out
so beat up.
from the blinds, and you see the defendant's car and the defendant outside. Was it light out? Was it dark out? What are we talking about?
It was dark out.
And so they leave and you're home with your 4 children, correct?
That is correct.
And when was the next time that you spoke to your wife?
The next time I spoke to my wife was an hour later. I received a phone call from her. I don't know the exact time, but I'm gonna say about an hour or so.
And without reference to much of the content of that, all I'm really asking for is what, if any, indication did she give you as to where she was?
She indicated they found John and at Fairview.
And upon receiving that information, where did you go?
I proceeded to finish getting dressed and drove over to Fairview.
And when you got to Fairview, what, if anything, did you see when you arrived?
When I got to Fairview, I had come down through the Chapman Street entrance. And as I proceeded down the hill towards the Albert residence, I noticed all the first responders, fire engine, et cetera, police cars. And I realized I was not going to be able to get to the Albert residence because it was all blocking the street. So I backtracked, turned around, went back up Fairview to the top, to Chapman, took a left down Spring Lane, which is a parallel street to Fairview, and came down Spring Lane to Cedar Crest onto Fairview so I could get to the Albert household.
Now, during your drive from your home over to Fairview and doing all that sort of turning around and coming back around the other way to Cedar Crest, what were the roads like?
It was snowing, careful driving.
And the snowing that you observed that morning when you drove from your house to Fairview, what was that like in relation to the snowing that you observed when you were driving home from Fairview hours before?
Much thicker snow, much more snow on the ground, much more snow to wipe off my car. And again, I had to drive slow.
Now, when you come around to sort of the other side, as far as the first responders, you mentioned police cruisers and a fire truck, is that right?
Yeah, there might have been an ambulance there as well, but yes.
Objection leading.
Recall specifically seeing an ambulance?
I do recall seeing an ambulance. I don't know if I saw it when I came down or if I saw it when I eventually parked the car, but I do recall seeing an ambulance.
And when you parked the car, where did you go?
I proceeded on to Fairview and I parked the car along the side of the road because there was another vehicle in front of me. I believe the other vehicle might have been blocking the driveway, but there was another vehicle right on the side of the road as well.
Now, in addition to the other vehicles, as far as cruisers, fire truck, or whatever from first responders, what, if any, other vehicles, or who, if anyone else, did you see outside?
It ended up being Kerry Roberts' vehicle was parked as I was at the driveway. Ford Explorer, I think it was.
And again, without any reference to the content of the conversation, did you have any conversation with Ms. Roberts at that time?
Yes, I did.
Did you know Ms. Roberts at that time?
How many, if any,
I knew who
donuts
she
did you eat
was.
that morning?
Didn't really have a relationship with her, but I knew who she was.
How many sips of coffee,
How did
if
you
any,
know?
did you have that morning as well?
Friends through the town. She did live in the Ponkapoag neighborhood. I believe she moved in and we moved out shortly after. I don't know the actual time period. Her kids were a couple years younger. One was 1 year younger than my child, so I knew who her child was through being the grade beneath my youngest child through soccer.
And just to be clear, when you talk about the Ponkapoag neighborhood, that's where you used to live on Sutcliffe and where Mr. O'Keefe used to live in the house that was the first.
Yes, that's correct.
So then, after your conversation with Ms. Roberts, about how long was that conversation?
Oh, that was a brief conversation. She informed me that she was going to pick up the, she informed me Karen was going, she was dropping Karen off
Stick to the script.
back at the house. She was going to the hospital and she was going to pick up John's parents in Braintree. I told her I would come with her to pick up the parents. Like I said, the road conditions were pretty bad. And, just for safety reasons, I thought I would go with her, help her go pick up the parents. She informed me that Jen was in the house. Jen is waiting to be interviewed by the police.
So where did you go from there?
I then proceeded to the front door of 34 Fairview.
And when you got inside, who, if anyone, was inside when you got?
When I got to the front door, it was my wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Officer Lank.
And when you came in, can you describe, starting with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, can you describe her demeanor when you first came into the house?
Shocked. Just face was drawn, just kind of in awe. All three of them were just looking like, with a drawn face of, I'm walking and going, what the hell is going on?
And just to be clear, by all three of them, you mean your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert?
Correct.
And just turning back briefly to the phone conversation that you had from your wife, which led you to come over to Fairview in the first place, how would you describe her demeanor on that phone call?
Matt, we found John at Fairview. It was a quick conversation. I didn't get any details.
We found,
Now,
that's
at
it?
some point.
There's a dead guy on the lawn. That's it.
While you were at the house, did you speak
Usual
to,
Saturday.
Officer Lank was there, is that
Dead
correct?
guy on the lawn.
That's correct.
Paul,
you
if there
know,
was any other officers?
no big deal.
In the house at that time or any later time?
At that moment, it was just Officer Lank at that moment. Other officers came in the house a little later, but at that moment, it was just Officer Lank.
Officers came into the house.
And at some point.
Wait, what? Wait a
While
minute,
you were at
what?
the house, did you have any conversation, or what, if any, conversation did you have with Officer Lank or any other officer?
The officers came in
Yes,
the house.
Officer Lank asked me to step outside, and we spoke briefly. He asked me about if I knew what happened to John. Obviously, I told him no.
Wait.
I had no idea. I'm just finding out right now.
Is he lying? There's
He
no
asked me
way.
when I last saw John. I told him I saw him at the waterfall. We saw him at the bar. We haven't seen him. I believe, again, heat of the moment, I believe I said we saw his vehicle out front, but we never saw John.
Now,
Wait a minute.
at the house on Fairview, about how long were you there that morning?
I'm gonna say, give her at least 4 hours
From the time that you got there?
from the time I got there, yes.
Wait a minute.
And where did you go from there?
When I left Fairview, I went back to my house on Jen and I's house, home.
That your children were still there, is that correct?
My children were all there, correct?
And at some point after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, as far as police officers or anybody like that came to your home that day?
Two Mass State police officers came to my house.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes, I did.
Troopers from the state police, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And as far as the troopers that you spoke to, do you recall what their names were?
Yes, Trooper Michael Proctor and Trooper Yuri Buchanan. If I said it right.
Right. Closer. Now, on that date of January 29th, 2022, had you met either Trooper Proctor or Trooper Buchanan before?
I had never met them.
And where did they speak with you in the house?
Well, they first came in the house and informed me they were going to interview my wife and asked me to leave the room. I went up to my bedroom.
And at some point, did they interview you as well?
Yes, they did.
And where was your wife when they interviewed you?
I think she wasn't in the room with me. I think she went upstairs. As I said, my kids were home. I don't know if she went in the kids' bedroom to kind of wake them up. And I don't know what she was
in the
doing.
room when they interviewed you, right?
No, she was not.
And in addition to the troopers came over to your house, did your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, did he come over at any point in time around this?
Yes, he did.
And if you know, did he speak with those troopers as well?
Yes, he did.
And where were you and your wife when the two troopers were speaking to Mr. Albert?
I was still upstairs in the bedroom.
Your wife, where was she?
I'm trying. She might have come up and seen me, but I think she might have went in the girls' bedroom. I don't recall if we were standing in the same room. I think she might have went in my daughter's bedroom. Again, my kids were starting to, I don't know the exact time, 12 o'clock, give or take. So time to wake up.
So the troopers, when they were speaking to Brian Albert Sr., they were in the downstairs area of the home?
Yes, they were.
And both you and your wife were upstairs?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Now, turning our attention to a couple days later, did you speak with any other troopers?
I did. I only remember the first name of one of them. It was a man and a woman. I just remember Connor something. I don't know their names.
And where did that conversation occur?
I was in my first floor dining room table.
And do you know if those same two troopers that came on a subsequent date spoke with your wife as well?
Yes, they did.
And sort of same arrangement as far as where you were and where she was at the time that you spoke with those two troopers?
Yes, that's correct.
Hang on a moment, Ron.
Sure.
Just briefly, sir. So, describing your wife's demeanor, you described her to sort of be in shock. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Have you seen your wife display that kind of demeanor before, or have you seen your wife in sort of crisis mode over the course of your relationship and your marriage?
I've seen her in crisis mode. I would call it crisis mode as well in the past.
And sort of typically, how would you describe how she handles situations like that, or what her demeanor is in those types of situations?
She is very calm, very calm.
And when, just so it's clear for the jury, so when you're talking about sort of prior incidents in regard to sort of crisis modes, what types of scenarios or what types of incidents are we talking about?
Well,
Previous deaths of my parents, my brother. She's the one that can get in the room,
Oh, this cross
Sit,
is gonna be so
relax.
juicy.
hold their hand. make them feel comfortable. She's much more, I can't do that. She's much more. So she's done that with my family, and she's also done that with our neighbor.
Nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Here we go.
All right,
Here we
Mr.
go.
Genetti?
Thank you, Ron.
Good morning, Mr. McCabe.
Good morning.
I'd like to start by discussing January 22nd, the week prior to January 29th. Do you remember that Saturday? You had been at one of your daughter's hockey games that day?
If it's the Saturday before, we're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
And you wound up going to the hillside in Canton, correct?
That is correct.
You went with your wife, Jennifer McCabe?
Yes,
When you got there, you saw Karen Reed and John O'Keefe there together, correct?
I was there previous to them, but yes,
Okay.
I saw them there, yes. Eventually, I saw them there.
I should have
Thanks, Ozzy
phrased the
Wombat.
question that ultimately you ran into John and Karen together, correct?
Yes, I did.
And when you,
Oh, come on.
and Brian Albert
What is going on? Why am I lagging so much?
hung out with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, there was a big group of people hanging out together, correct.
There were other people in addition to the ones that I've just named?
Yes, there were.
So you were with John and Karen for maybe around an hour or so that night of January 22nd?
I'd say, I don't know exactly what time they arrived, but yes, I'd say they were there for at least an hour.
And during that hour span of time, they appeared to be enjoying each other's company?
Yes,
I
And
agree, Senator Golden.
the two of them had arrived together, correct?
they walked in together, yes.
And there were no problems that night that you could see between John and Karen, correct?
That, yes, I did not see any problems.
Okay. Now, moving on to the waterfall on January 29th. I am not going to go through with you who arrived when and who left when and where people sat at which table. We're going to skip all that. And I'd like to streamline the questioning if I can. And I just want to talk to you about
Love
two
it.
or three areas. You would agree that at the waterfall, the mood among the people who were there was festive, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Everybody appeared to be happy and enjoying themselves, correct?
Everybody was enjoying each other's company, correct.
Specifically with regard to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, they appeared to be quite happy that Kaylee had been accepted into Bishop Fian, correct?
John, I recall talking to John about it, and he was happy that Kaylee was at Bishop Fian. I do not recall speaking to Karen about Bishop Fian, but definitely John was happy about Kaylee being in Bishop Fian.
All right. You have previously testified that they were both excited about that, have you not?
If I did, I did. I just know that John mentioned he was out because he was excited about Kaylee being at Bishop Fian. If I looped them both in, then they both were happy. I don't remember what I said when I said it. I didn't put it this way. I didn't see her. She wasn't happy about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I'm just going by your words, sir. As far as you could see, they were both excited about her acceptance, correct?
Yes, yes.
And they had just found out the previous day or so, correct?
I don't recall what day they found out, but I know that John had mentioned he had went out for some beers. He was excited because Kaylee got into Bishop Fian, and he mentioned he was out with another one of his friends whose daughter also got into Bishop Fian.
Right. And it appeared to be new news, correct?
Oh, yes. It was news they were waiting on, yes.
Right. You hadn't heard it before. This is the first that you heard it, correct?
I don't know if I heard it, if a kid had already leaked it the day before or that day, but first I heard it from John.
But it was clear to you that it was really important to John O'Keefe that Kaylee get into Bishop Fian and go there, correct?
They applied. He was excited for her to go there.
And it was clear that he believed it was an achievement for her, correct?
Yes.
And you could glean also that John O'Keefe felt like it was an achievement for him as well, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Did you glean that from him?
He was happy that she got in. I don't know what if he felt it was his achievement, he was happy for Kaylee.
Of course. And he was doing right by his sister's daughter, correct?
I don't know what that means. They can go to any school and do right.
All right. In any case, everything seemed good that night.
Everything was good.
There were no arguments.
There were no arguments that I saw.
John was drinking beer,
In my recollection, yes.
and you had previously testified that you saw Karen was drinking some type of clear liquid that you assumed was some type of vodka, correct?
That is correct.
But you didn't think that they were drinking much, correct?
At the waterfall? No, they were only there for an hour. So
Right. And they got there around 11, correct?
give or take, yep, 11-ish.
And that bar is pretty strict about last call, correct?
That is correct.
And you spoke with both of them during the course of the night, correct?
Yes,
Neither John nor Karen was intoxicated in your view, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
they were drinking. I don't know what I don't know what the guideline of intoxication is, but they were drinking.
Do you recall testifying before the grand jury regarding this matter on April 26th of 2022?
If you have that, then I don't recall my questions, that question specific, but yes.
Right, well, I didn't ask about the questions. I just asked if you recall testifying before the grand jury on that date.
I don't remember the date. I recall testifying before the grand jury.
Oh, if I suggested to you that it was April 26th of 2022, would you quarrel with that?
That was, no, did you say would I quarrel?
Yeah.
No, it was definitely around that time.
Okay. And at that grand jury presentation, Mr. Lally was there, correct?
Yes.
None of the defense team was there, correct?
No.
Karen Reed was not there, correct?
No.
And there was no judge there, correct?
No.
And April 26th was approximately 3 months after January 29th of 2022.
Yes.
Is it fair to say that your memory about whether or not John and or Karen was intoxicated would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today?
May we approach, Your Honor?
All right, I'll see you tomorrow. Jurors, feel free to
Man,
stand up.
Lally really doesn't like this line of questioning, does he? Objection after objection after objection. The one thing I'm confused about the most is that Matthew McCabe just testified that they went into the house and interviewed him. This is so confusing.
Yes.
I had just asked you if your memory of your observations of Karen Reed and John O'Keefe from January 29th would have been better on April 26th of 2022 than it would be today.
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
And that's because your memory doesn't get better over time, correct?
Nah, here it is.
I don't know. I would say it's fair to say, yes, my memory would be better that day.
And on that day, you were asked by Mr. Lally, quote, did either of them strike that. I'm going to go back to the previous sentence just to put it in context.
Yes.
The previous sentence was from Mr. Lally. Obviously, you've had social occasions with Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed before, correct? And your answer was, oh, yes, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm gonna let that one go.
My answer is yes, I had previous. I don't know if I said, oh, yes, but my answer was yes, of
Okay.
course I had previous
And-
relationships with them.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, sir. I don't.
I'm saying, of course I had previous relationships with them.
And the question that I wanted to direct you to, just to put it in context, was did either of them, speaking about John and Karen, on this particular evening seem sort of overly intoxicated to you? Do you recall that question?
I don't recall the specific question, but if that's the question,
And your answer was no to that?
yes, if that's my answer, then it was no.
In terms of whether you can confirm that that was the question and answer, if I showed you the transcript, would that refresh your memory?
Yes, of course it would.
This is 2103, lines 13 to 15 for counsel. And I didn't ask permission, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
Did either of them? Thank you.
Having reviewed that transcript, did I get the question and answer correct?
Yes, you did.
Okay, just a couple more things about the waterfall. I wanted to ask you about Brian Albert and Brian Higgins, sir.
Yes.
They were both there that night while you were there, correct?
Yes, they both were there.
And they are both pretty big guys, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Yes, they're good sized guys.
Did you see Brian Albert and Brian Higgins practicing fighting at the waterfall?
Practicing fighting?
Right. Did you see them kind of square up in a fighting stance to each other?
I recall them grabbing each other. I don't recall them squaring up like they were fighting each other. No, they were playing a little grab ass with each other. I did see them grab each other. I don't recall
Grab
a
ass?
physical,
Really?
hey, let's go duke it out. I do not recall that.
Okay, so are you saying, taking you literally, that they grabbed each other's asses? Is that it?
No, I'm saying grab ass. It's a figure of speech.
Okay, but what they didn't grab each other. They were in a fighting stance, weren't they? Didn't they crouch down low with each other?
I'm telling you, I don't recall seeing them crouching in a fighting stance. I recall them.
Oh my
I
god.
recall someone grabbing
This dude
somebody.
is 7 years
I don't
old.
remember who grabbed who. I just recall
Ugh.
like a bear hug or something. I thought I recall them doing a bear hug.
All right, so you recall them, one of them getting behind the other one and kind of restraining them or grabbing them?
I think there was a bear hug. Yeah, that's what's in my memory. I don't.
And you would agree with me that after closing time, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were two of the people who went back to 34 Fairview Road, the Albert home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But before everyone left, before you left, it was announced around the table that everyone was welcome back at Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's house, correct?
Yes.
Karen Reed and John O'Keefe were both there when that invitation was announced, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree that it was expected that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe would go to the Albert home that night, correct?
If they wanted to come, they were welcomed. Yes.
And that plan would have been for them to go inside the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you left the waterfall?
I left the waterfall after midnight, give or take 12:10, 12:15-ish. I don't know the exact specific time. Well, a little before 12:15, but definitely 12:10-ish, 12:15-ish in there.
And you were one of the last to leave the waterfall?
Yes, as I had mentioned, Nick Kolakisis and I walked out together from the waterfall.
Your wife, Jennifer McCabe, had walked out of the bar physically before you did, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually met her in the parking lot?
She was already in the vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
And then you got into the car to drive to the Albert's home, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So I'm going to ask you about the ride back to the Albert's home in a bit, but right now I want to skip to when you got there, okay?
Okay.
When you first got there, your wife parked your vehicle in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Which side of the driveway did she park your vehicle in?
As I mentioned yesterday, I don't recall if it was immediately on the left, meaning the left towards the lawn, or if she was in the next spot over. She pulled in. I don't remember exactly if it was here or one spot over, but she pulled
How many cars were
in.
in the driveway at that time?
At least two. I don't recall if there was more than two.
So if there was at least two, those two would have been parked abutting the garage area. In other words, would they be that? Let me rephrase. So there are 2 lanes in that driveway, correct?
My recollection is 2 lanes, but there is more space I know when we go over and we've gone over, there's more space to kind of park 3 cars
Right?
to the right, correct?
Okay.
But we weren't to the right. We were either left or middle.
You were behind one vehicle, whichever lane you were in, or were you pulled right up to one of the garage entrances?
I don't recall if we pulled all the way in or not, but I don't remember.
So there were at least 2 vehicles in the driveway before you got there, correct?
In the driveway?
Yes.
Yes, there were cars in the driveway.
And when you parked in the driveway, fair to say that there was no black SUV at the Albert's home?
Are you referencing Karen's SUV? I don't know what color the Albert's cars were.
Oh, okay.
Are you referencing their SUV?
Put it this way. Yes, I'm referencing Karen's SUV.
That was not at the home.
And that was not in the driveway, correct?
Karen's SUV was not in the driveway.
And it was not adjacent to the property or on the street anywhere that you could see?
Correct. It was not there.
All right, but you say that there was a Jeep in the street at that time, correct?
There was a Jeep parked in front of the end of the driveway in front of the mailbox.
And that Jeep belonged to Brian Higgins?
I found out it belonged to Brian Higgins. I didn't know it was his Jeep when I arrived.
And it had a plow on the front of it?
Yes, it did.
It was parked adjacent to the Albert's property
They're a
on
mix-up,
Fairview, facing up the hill toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And at the time that you arrived, that was the only vehicle that was parked on Fairview Street adjacent to the Albert property, correct?
Yes.
Everywhere from
And your
mid-20s
testimony
to
is
like
that Jeep
mid-50s.
remained parked in front of the Albert house, just to the left of the driveway as you face the house, until Brian Higgins finally left and drove it away at the end of the night, correct?
That's my recollection, was his Jeep was out in front of the mailbox.
With the court's permission, could we display Exhibit 66?
Okay.
Somebody called this guy a goon, and now I can't get it out of my head. Doesn't he look like a goon? God, I hate yogurt.
So, Mr. McCabe, I'm highlighting for the spotlight the front of the Albert's home. When I get to the point where the Jeep was parked, can you stop me? And you can adjust it right or left if I go too far.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can we have him use the laser pointer first and then?
Sure. Hope you're better than I am.
Yeah,
May I, Coach?
I was hoping I didn't have
Oh,
to
you have
do
the
this.
other laser pointer.
I don't have one.
That's fine.
No.
You could, yeah, please.
The Jeep was right there. From the edge of the driveway, it's right there. I believe it was a 2-door Jeep.
Okay, it looks like part of the Jeep would have been blocking the driveway.
No, where the mailbox is, the Jeep was right there.
Okay.
It was not blocking the driveway.
I'm gonna step a moment.
Sure.
The mailbox that's spotlighted there, would that have been where the back of the Jeep was?
Yeah, the back would have been right in the vicinity of the The edge of the driveway in the mailbox.
I see, so it wasn't blocking the driveway at all when you saw it?
No,
And it was facing to the left as we look at Exhibit 66, correct?
facing, heading to the left of the house, correct?
We can have the lights back on. And as you testified, that Jeep was there the whole night. Brian Higgins didn't go out to move it at any point, correct?
I never saw Brian Higgins go outside to move his Jeep.
About 5 minutes after you got to the Albert home that night, you saw a black SUV parked outside the home, correct?
Yes, again, I don't know the exact minutes, but give or take 4 or 5 minutes.
And when you saw that black SUV parked outside the Albert home, Higgins' Jeep was still there, correct?
Yes, to my recollection, the Jeep was still outside in front of the mailbox.
The black SUV was parked in front of Higgins' Jeep with the plow in the front, correct?
That's correct.
How far or close to that Jeep was the black SUV?
I don't recall the exact distance. Again, when I looked outside, I noticed my focus was on the black SUV, which looked outside would have been in front of the front door.
With regard to the distance between the Jeep and the black SUV, was it greater or smaller than the distance between you and me right now?
Oh, it'd be smaller. If I'm the end of if you're the end of the Jeep and I'm the end of the
Let's say that I'm the
Lexus,
rear end of the black SUV and you are the front end of the Jeep.
yeah, I'd say you'd be a little closer to me.
With the court's permission, may I walk closer to the witness so that he could give an estimate?
Sure.
And you can just stop me, sir.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, when I looked outside, I was focused on the SUV. I wasn't focused on the Jeep or the truck. I don't know the exact distance. You can walk 3 more feet or 3 feet that way, but it was out in front of the house. That's all I can tell you.
You will agree with me that you've given conflicting information about where the black SUV was when you first saw it?
If you tell me I gave conflicting information, you can show it to me. I don't recall. I've always said the SUV was in front of the house.
Right. And when you said in front of the house, you meant that as you look out the front door of the Albert residence, which on Exhibit 66 would have been the door to the left, that's the classic front door?
The classic front door looking at the house on the main part of the Colonial.
Looking straight out from there, that's where the black SUV was positioned, correct?
In that vicinity, correct.
Right. It would have been sort of directly in front of you as you look out that front door, correct?
Like I said, in the vicinity of looking out the front door was the black SUV. If it was 3 feet this way or 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way, I don't know. It was just out in front of the house.
Right. And that was where it was when you first spotted it, according to your testimony today, correct?
Yes.
But you spoke to Michael Proctor during the afternoon of January 29th, did you not?
Yes, I did.
That was the very day that these events occurred, correct?
Yes, it was.
You would agree with me that your memory of where that black SUV was when you first spotted it on January 29th would have been better on that very day than it would be today, correct?
Possibly, yes.
It's almost 2.5 years later?
2.5 years that I've lived in my memory, yes.
But your memory does not get better over time, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Oh, come
On
on.
January 29th of 2022, when you spoke to Michael
Good question.
Proctor, you told him that you saw a black SUV parked to the right of the residence as you look at the property from the street. Did you not?
I did not. Can you elaborate what you mean by to the right of the residence?
Well, I will just repeat the question. Did you tell Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022 that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
What right? Looking at the house to the right or looking at the house to the left? When you say right, I don't know what you mean by right.
Is your memory exhausted as to what you told Michael Proctor?
No, not at all.
Oh.
So if your memory's not exhausted, would you agree with me that while you were at 34 Fairview, you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big, dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
That could have been the second time I informed him of seeing the SUV.
This guy.
Okay. If I suggested to you that that was the first time, according to what you told Michael Proctor, would you dispute that?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is your memory exhausted as to whether or not that was the first or second time, according to what you told Michael Proctor?
My memory is not exhausted.
Okay, so if your memory is not exhausted, do you deny telling Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know. Second question.
All
I
right,
told him I saw an SUV and parked in front of the house. Then I saw an SUV move further up the road, which looking out of the house would be to the right of the house.
Oh my God.
So that would be when I saw the SUV to the right of the house, would be the second time I saw the SUV. I've always stated the SUV was in front of the house if looking out the front door.
Okay, so when you talked, so you deny telling Michael Proctor that when you first saw the SUV, by the way, sir, is this funny? I'm sorry.
This is not funny, sir. Not at all.
Then why are you
It's been 2 years of
laughing?
misery.
Well,
Okay.
you're smiling now, that's why I asked.
You keep repeating the same question.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer that you
Why are
won't give
you?
me, sir.
Look at this guy.
When you talked to Michael Proctor on
He's still
January
smiling.
29th of 2022, when you first observed the big dark SUV, you said to him it was parked to the right of the house.
Objection.
this is the last time on that question, is that right?
That is not right. The SUV, the first time was in front of the house, coming out the front door. The second time was it was to the right of the house.
All right.
You have to move on.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. So you did not say that, but you did say that you were making those observations from the front door, correct?
As I stated yesterday, I recall.
That's a yes or no question. I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer it, yes or no?
I can't. I said yesterday, it's either I looked out the window and I looked out the front door. I don't remember which order.
Well, you told Michael Proctor that the first time you looked out, it was out the front door. Did you not?
I don't recall what I told Michael Proctor on
Great.
April.
You don't recall. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Page 2 of Proctor's report, counsel.
So next time, just show it to Mr.
Of course, I'm sorry. You'd read the first few sentences of that second paragraph.
Second paragraph.
May I approach?
Yes.
You had said that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Did that report refresh your memory?
I'm not saying I don't remember what I told Michael Proctor.
Well, hold on.
I'm stating what I remember.
Hold on a second, sir. You just told this jury that you don't remember what you told Michael Proctor. Those were your words.
Yes, at the point I'm reading, I don't remember the exact wording, but I know what I told Michael Proctor.
All right. And you told Michael Proctor that you observed a big dark SUV parked to the right of the house. Did you not?
At some point in the conversation, yes, I told Michael Proctor that a big dark SUV moved to the right of the house.
Moved to the right of the house? Is that what you just said?
All right, let me rephrase. At some point, there was a big dark SUV parked in front of the right of the house. I physically didn't see it move, so I need to rephrase. I can't say move.
Right, but what I'm concentrating on now, sir, is not what your memory is today or what you testified to the jury today. I'm concentrating on what you told Michael Proctor that very day on January 29th, 2022. Okay? And you initially told him that it was parked to the right of the house, the big dark SUV, and that you made those observations from the front door. And then you stated you looked out the front window and
Objection, Your Honor.
and observed the same big dark SUV had moved to the other side of the property.
So
Correct?
the objection sustained, you have to break that down, and I thought we moved on from this, Mr. Chairman.
No, we haven't gotten to the second part of the.
So bring the document, I'll see it sidebar.
Wow. The change is relevant, folks, because they're all saying they saw the SUV move, meaning, oh, so she, the driver was Karen Reed, allegedly. And if the SUV moved from point A to point B, somewhere between A and B, they're trying to say John O'Keefe was standing and she hit him. That's why it's so important. That's why they're beating this dead horse over and over again. And the judge is like not giving Yannetti an opportunity to finish his line of questioning because he has a witness that will not freaking cooperate. He is so hostile. Yannetti is doing everything he can to get him like, okay, you said this today, yes? No, that's not what I said. No, but you said it. Sure, if you say so. I'm not saying it. I'm saying you said it. Well, if you say so. Like, oh my God, dude. And then he's like, okay, when you interviewed with Michael Proctor, you said this. Yeah, I guess I did. I think Yannetti needs to ask the questions a little bit differently because this witness refuses to cooperate with him. God. Oh, by the way, who is this woman right here? Does anybody know who this woman is? She came in when I was there on Wednesday, and she was so jolly and chatty, and she's like, literally like a freaking butterfly, like a social butterfly, chatting everybody up and talking to them. Like it's so gross. Like people were literally like, even Paul O'Keefe, John's brother, was like, like, lady, stop, like, stop talking to me, like, please. He was just kind of trying to distance himself, and she just kept talking. They're like, learn how to read the room. Learn how to read the room. That's John's mother. No. I'm talking about the woman we just went past. That's Carl. Who's Carl Douglas? That is Jackie Dougal, Carl's wife. Carl Dougal is a Boston.
Thank you very much.
Jackie Dougal.
One last question on this, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, with regard to Trooper Proctor's report that you have in front of you, right? It's I for identification.
Yes, I'm reading the.
You will agree with me that you reported your conversation as saying that the vehicle was first to the right and then moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified before the grand jury regarding this issue on April 26th of 2022, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you talked about the vehicle moving from point A to point B, correct?
Yes, at some point.
And you estimated that it was 15 to 20 feet or so that the SUV moved along the property line, correct?
Yes. Again, I don't know the exact distance, but estimates.
And
Yes, this is cross.
At that point in time, you were asked to clarify what you had meant when you said that the vehicle was first on the right side of the property. Do you recall that testimony?
I do not.
Welcome
Do you
to the channel.
recall that Mr. Lally asked you, to the right would have been toward the driveway side of the property, and that you answered that's correct?
I don't remember the conversation. And again, To the right, looking at the house, or to the right, looking out of the house?
Well, that's what I'm talking about. To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway.
To the right, looking at the house would be toward the driveway, correct?
And that's your testimony where the vehicle started out, correct? And then moved toward the flagpole the second time?
The vehicle started in front of the house and moved towards the flagpole, correct? So looking out of the house, it moved towards the right.
Now, excuse me. You told Michael Proctor that initially it was parked closer to the driveway or the mailbox when you first saw it, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained. We were moving off of this, Mr.
Okay, yes, Your Honor. Wherever it was when you first saw it, where was the Jeep in relation to that black SUV when you first laid eyes on the black SUV?
Again, I was focused on the black SUV. My recollection, the Jeep was still in the same spot, which we had pointed out earlier on the exhibit.
Correct? In terms of where it was facing, the black SUV was behind, I'm sorry, the Jeep was behind the black SUV.
Jeep would have been behind the black SUV, correct?
And wherever it was along that property line, you would agree with me that before the black SUV arrived outside the Albert home, you didn't notice any tire tracks in the snow on the street in front of the house, correct?
Before, yes, that's correct,
Before the black SUV arrived.
correct.
And you saw the black SUV first or second, it was always facing toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it was always facing in the same direction that you say that Higgins' Jeep was facing, correct?
Yes,
And that would mean that the passenger side of the black SUV was the closest side to the Albert home, correct?
yes,
And it was the closest side to you when you were first looking at it, correct?
yes.
And now your testimony today is you don't recall if the first time you looked at that black SUV, it was through the front door or if it was through a front window, correct?
Correct. I don't recall which one I looked out first. I know I looked out both of them at some point. I just don't recall which one was first.
Whichever one it was, when you first laid eyes on that black SUV, you did not see John O'Keefe in the passenger
Oh, thanks,
seat,
Matrix.
correct?
That is correct.
Shout out
How
if you got
long a
a
span
membership
of
for
time
Matrix.
was it between the first time you looked out and saw the black SUV and the second time?
Again, I don't have the exact time. I'm going to guess 3, 4, 5 minutes at most.
And what you did in between those 3, 4, 5 minutes was you went back to the table or near the table in the kitchen dining room area where everybody was congregated?
That's correct.
And you went back there to talk to people and socialize, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you came back to the front of the house and either went to the front window or the front door, and that's when you noticed that the black SUV had moved to the other side of the property, correct?
Yes, at that moment, it had moved to the right of the property.
It had driven forward, correct?
I did not see it drive, but it had moved, yes.
It had moved
So it had to
forward.
get there somehow, yes.
All right. It was now closer to the flagpole,
Oh, come on.
and not from your vantage point looking out, but as you look at the property from the street, that would have been to the left, correct?
Yes,
And again, it was still facing toward Chapman Street. In terms of how many times you saw the black SUV having moved outside the house, you would agree with me that you have contradicted yourself about how many times that it moved, correct?
no,
Yesterday and today, you testified that it had been in correct?
yes, three,
Oh, come on. This
Right.
is
And,
getting
you know,
ridiculous.
again, in May of 2024, yesterday and today, all 3 times it moved, it was moving further or farther up Fairview toward. In fact, you've testified now in May of
Let me
2024
refresh the
that
feed real
the
quick.
third time that
Let me see if this is going to help at all. Okay, now I completely froze it. Bloody hell.
Times you saw it, I should say, would have been better on January 29th than today, correct?
Again,
I don't know what is going on.
And
Let
in
me see
fact,
if I
when
can
you
find
were
a different
talking to
feed.
Michael Proctor, you had just observed the black SUV just out.
This is ridiculous. This is unwatchable.
oh, yes. Yeah. It says on this paper, my recollection is always been, I saw the black SUV in 3 different spots.
And you just called it a paper. It's a police report, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Yannetti.
Now, since you talked to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, it's fair to say that you've had multiple conversations about this case with your family, correct?
Of course, I've talked about this case
That includes in-person conversations, correct?
with my family.
Yes.
Yes,
As well as phone calls and texts?
yes,
You've also, since you talked to Michael Proctor, have had multiple conversations about this case with your in-laws, correct?
yes,
That also includes in-person conversations as well as phone calls and texts, correct?
that is correct.
And since you gave that statement to Michael Proctor, you've had multiple conversations specifically with Brian Albert, correct?
Yes, I've talked to Brian Albert.
That includes in-person. phone
Thank you,
calls
MC
and
Country
texts,
Girl.
Correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that
This is on
in
maximum
terms
volume.
of the changes in your version of events from what you've testified during this trial to what is in Michael Proctor's report, you put the SUV farther down Fairview toward Chapman Street now, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That's a
Your
fact.
testimony during this trial puts the SUV past the fire hydrant, almost toward the neighbor's house, correct?
That is correct.
But however many times you saw that black SUV, you'd agree with me, you never observed any damage to the rear of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Never saw any damage to the rear right taillight, correct?
Correct.
You'll also agree with me that every time you saw that black SUV, the vehicle had its headlights on, correct?
I was looking as we talked about it moving up the property, I was looking at the back. I could see the back of the SUV. The assumption is the headlights were on, but I wasn't looking at the headlights.
All right, well, that would have meant that the area in front of the vehicle was lit up, correct?
Yes, but like I said, it was further up the road.
Now, sometime after that black SUV first arrived, you noticed that there were tire tracks, I should say, in a V shape on the street in front of the Albert home, correct?
That's correct.
And those tire tracks were from the curb in front of 34 Fairview toward the neighbor's property across the street and then back toward the curb, correct?
Yes, it came out, waved out towards to the across the street and came back in.
All right. And the pattern of those tire tracks that you observed were consistent with the vehicle making a 3-point turn, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't know if the vehicle made a 3-point turn. It could be consistent with because it was a wavy pattern. I've never looked at a tire tracks after I've done a 3-point turn to determine what they actually look like, but in and back out.
There was nothing about those tire tracks that ruled out a 3-point turn to you, correct?
No?
All right. You didn't see those tire tracks again until the black SUV arrived at the home, correct?
Yes, I didn't see them previous to the black SUV.
And Higgins' Jeep was already there before the black SUV arrived, correct?
Yes,
So Higgins' Jeep was already parked and stationary when there were no tire tracks in that area, correct?
I didn't notice I parked my car, we parked in the driveway and I walked in the house, so I wasn't looking at the tire tracks. So,
You didn't
but
see-
Higgins' Jeep was already parked.
Right. You didn't see tire tracks at that point, is my point.
Yeah, well, I didn't see any.
And at the point that you saw those tire tracks, there were no other vehicles in the area along the Albert family property line on Fairview other than Higgins Jeep and the black SUV, correct?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to where I had left off with regard to meeting your wife, Jennifer McCabe, in the car after leaving the waterfall. You recall that we sort of left off with you getting in the car and starting the drive.
You guys are too sweet.
Once you got inside the car, your wife ultimately called John O'Keefe along the ride home, correct?
John O'Keefe had texted my wife, and my wife had called him. He was asking where to. We think he was asking for the where to, where's the address. So she called him to tell him.
And you knew that he was asking that because the Bluetooth of the car was connected to her phone, correct?
I believe the Bluetooth was on. Again, I could hear his conversation.
Yeah.
My assumption is the Bluetooth was on.
Right. You could hear both sides of the conversation, correct?
I could hear John as well, yes.
Yeah, your wife and John, correct?
Well, yes, I was sitting next to my wife. I could hear her.
And you heard John tell your wife that he was planning to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
He had told your wife in your presence that he and Karen would meet your wife and you there, correct?
he said we're on our way.
Right. And you knew, again, the plan was to go inside 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, that was the plan.
You heard your wife tell John that 34 Fairview's off Chapman Street, correct?
Either I was also talking, so I don't know if my wife was repeating, but yes, we did say off of Chapman Street.
It could have been you, could have been your wife, but he was
Yes.
told it was off Chapman Street, right?
That's correct, yes.
And then your wife hung up with John, at least temporarily, but then John called back, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
He indicated he needed more specific directions to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes,
And then you heard your wife, or maybe you participated in the conversation, I won't rule that out, but between the two of you, you did give him more specific directions, correct?
yes, we did.
And either you or your wife, and you can correct me if you know if it's one or the other, but one of you told him to go down Chapman and take Fairview as if they were going to Bella's house, correct?
Yes, we had mentioned go down Chapman to Fairview, you know where Bella lives, drive past Bella's street, the house will come up on your left.
Right, and I believe you previously explained that Bella was a friend of John's niece Kaylee and also your daughter Olivia, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that was a good way to orient him as to where to go, correct?
Yes,
And once you did that, John O'Keefe never called back for any clarification, correct?
yes, not to my recollection.
All right, and with regard to your state of mind, based on that conversation and the instructions that either you or your wife or both of you gave John, you certainly assumed that John and Karen would be arriving at Fairview coming from the Chapman Street direction, correct?
That was my assumption. As I had stated yesterday, there's multiple ways to go, but that was my assumption.
And it was an educated assumption based on the conversation that you had, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Okay.
Finding in the
Thank you.
document. I have handed you something. If you could take a look and tell the jury whether you recognize what that depicts.
Yes, this is a map showing Cedar Crest Road intersecting with Fairview Road. On the opposite side shows Chapman Street intersecting with Fairview, as well as other streets in it's called the Cedar Crest neighborhood, in the Cedar Crest neighborhood.
And realizing that you don't have a compass or a ruler, does it appear to be generally to scale in terms of where the roads are?
Yes,
And it appears to be.
Matthew's right is here.
Depiction of the layouts of particularly Cedar Crest, Fairview, and Chapman.
Straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not
Yes.
collect 200
Hold on.
Bukarooskis.
Is there any objection? Exhibit 86. And Mr. McCabe, why don't you hand over the other one?
May I display that for the jury? Your Honor?
Oh, thank you.
What is displayed on the screen, Mr. McCabe, does that appear to be what I just showed you in Exhibit 88?
Yes,
You see that there's a red bubble there. Does that have any meaning to you as you look at the map?
yes, it'd be the location of 34 Fairview.
Okay. And as we look at the map, Cedar Crest is up the top and Chapman is down the bottom.
That is correct.
With regard to the directions that you gave, or you or your wife gave John O'Keefe, if they were coming as you directed them on Chapman Street, would they be taking a right onto Fairview or a left?
If they went the way that we mentioned, they'd be taking a left.
Okay, so in terms of looking at this map, they'd be traveling on Chapman Street really from the left to the right as you look at Exhibit 88, correct?
Yes, left to right, correct.
All right, and that would allow them to take a left down Fairview, heading towards Cedar Crest, correct?
That is correct.
And you would agree with me that that would put the driver's side closest to the Albert property if they just kept going straight all the way to Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, the driver's side would have been closest to the property.
Okay, we can turn the lights back on. That would mean, well, strike that. So you agree with me that your state of mind was that was the direction that they would go?
That's what I thought they would have, that's how I thought they would have come into the neighborhood, correct?
But you never saw the black SUV traveling in that direction or parked in that direction, correct?
That's correct.
That would mean that in order for the SUV to be facing in the other direction, one way would be for it to make a three-point turn, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
So we're saying if they came down from Chapman and then spun around and facing back up towards Chapman, is what you're asking? Yes, at some point she would have had to turn around.
Or do a three-point turn, correct?
She could do a three-point turn, or she could just loop around at Cedar Crest and come back up, either one.
And a three-point turn would be consistent with what the V-shaped tire tracks that you saw when you looked out the front of Brian Albert's house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, you had not spoken with Ryan Nagel, correct?
No.
So it's fair to say you did not know what, if anything, Ryan Nagel had seen in terms of how or what direction the black SUV arrived in, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you spoke to Michael Proctor on January 29th of 2022, the phone conversation that your wife had with John O'Keefe that you were either participating in or listening to, that was regarding the directions. That was fresh in your mind on January 29th, correct?
Yeah.
Those directions had just been given to John, the night before or really hours before, correct?
Yes.
So on January 29th, when you're talking to Michael Proctor, believing that John had driven down Chapman Street, you were trying to square in your own mind how the vehicle wound up in the other direction when you looked out the house, correct?
Objection.
Were you?
Can you just repeat that again?
Yeah,
I think I heard you. I just want to make
It
sure.
wasn't a great question. I'll see if I can make it any better. You're talking with Michael Proctor on January 29th in the afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And he's asking you about the positioning of the black SUV, among other things, correct?
Yes.
And again, I'm just getting to your state of mind. Your state of mind was that, you gave the direction, you or your wife gave the directions to John, and you're thinking he came down Chapman, but you never saw the vehicle in that direction. It was only in the other direction facing toward Chapman. Is that fair?
Yes,
And so you're naturally trying to square in your own mind, trying to make it make sense as to how that happened, correct?
Objection.
You can answer that. Were you trying to square that in your own mind?
I wasn't trying to, I don't know if I was trying to square it. I just knew that for some reason her vehicle was facing up Chapman. Are you asking?
All right.
I didn't know what she did. I just know her vehicle was facing up Chapman.
And to you, that was the significance of the V-shaped tire tracks when you're talking to the car, right?
Objection.
Was it?
If I recall, I said there was a V-shaped tire tracks, and I believe the question was, could it be consistent with a three-point turn? I said it could be. I didn't know if it was a three-point turn. It could be because there was weird tracks. Again, I did not see the vehicle. I don't know if she pulled in the driveway and turned. I don't know if she went to Cedar Crest and turned. I don't know if she did a three-point turn and turn. I have no idea.
All right, but just one last question on this three-point turn. You offered the V-shaped tire tracks as an explanation for what could have happened,
What?
correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one.
I had stated there was a V-shaped tire tracks. I didn't say it was a three-point turn.
All right, well, you'd agree with me in any case that if John and Karen entered from Cedar Crest and you saw them where you saw them, there'd be no need for a three-point turn, correct?
So you're saying if she didn't come from Chapman, she came from the other side, Cedar Crest, there would be no need for a three-point turn
Because.
or any type of turn because she was already facing that way.
That's right. If she came from Cedar Crest, she's already.
Is this
in
a
the
joke,
direction
Pepper
that you
and
saw
C?
the
Are
black
you
SUV
are you
when
setting
looked
up the
out, correct?
punchline?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, your testimony during this trial is that you were looking straight out from the house to the street. And, you know, again, I understand your qualification. It could have been 3 feet this way or 3 feet that way. But your memory is that the car was essentially right in front of you, give or take, the first time you saw it.
My memory is the car was right in front of the front door.
Yes, okay. And you were looking straight at it, correct?
As I had stated earlier, the first time I looked out, I don't recall if I was looking straight out from the front door or if I was peeking out through the window, but it was, my sight would had it lined up in front of the front door. So if I looked out from the front door, then it would have been, yes, straight in front of me.
And you
Please
would
stop
agree with
badgering the
me
microphone.
that when you were looking at the vehicle from wherever you were looking at it, you were looking straight over the front lawn, correct?
I was looking over, I would have been looking over the lawn, correct?
And
Again,
the
I was
V-shaped
focused on the
tire
vehicle.
tracks were far.
Hold on, Ms.
Sorry.
Giannetti.
I said I was focused on the vehicle. I was focused.
I didn't know that he was not done with his
It's
answer.
my fault.
We only can have one person speaking at a time. The court reporter can't be expected to have two different people at the same time. So please be cautious. The lawyer needs to be
Yeah,
cautious of that.
I will try, Your Honor. Did you get your full answer out, sir?
I did.
You would agree with me that the V-shaped tire tracks were farther away from you than the front lawn?
Yes, they were on the road.
And if you were able to clearly see those V-shaped tire tracks, you certainly were able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
As I mentioned, I was looking over the lawn, but I'm assuming the lawn was somehow in my visibility. I wasn't focusing on the lawn.
Okay, I'm going to try that question again and see if I can get a yes or no answer. If you were able to clearly see the V-shaped tire tracks, you were certainly able to clearly see the Albert's front lawn, correct?
If I looked at it, it's a confusing question. As I said, I was focused on the road. I wasn't looking at the lawn.
But let me be clear. I'm not asking you if you looked at it. I asked if you were able to clearly see it.
I would be able to, yes.
And when you looked out at that black SUV, and saw the V-shaped tire tracks, you did not see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I did not.
And at no point in time, whenever you looked at that black SUV, did you see John O'Keefe inside the vehicle, correct?
No, I did not see John in the vehicle.
At no point in time did you hear any yelling outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I did not.
At no point in time did you hear any scream of pain outside 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't.
At no point in time did you ever hear any crash noises outside 34 Fairview?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No,
And last question on this point, at no point did you hear any noises at all outside 34 Fairview that attracted your attention?
no, there's music playing in the house, so I didn't hear anything.
Oh, the music excuse. Gotta love it.
Now, after
Music drowns
being
out
at
people
the
getting
Albert
murdered
home
by
for a
cars.
period
That's
of
good to
time
know
early
for
that
my next
morning,
murder.
you left the home approximately 1:40
Just turn the music up.
a.m. or
Nobody
so,
can hear you
Yeah,
scream.
give or take 140, 145. I don't know the exact time.
and you walked out with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, and two of Brian Jr.'s friends, correct?
Yes, Brian's two friends were joining Jennifer and I. We were driving them home.
And whether you knew their names or not that night, you subsequently learned their names to be Sarah Levinson. and
Welcome to the
Julie
channel,
Nichols.
Stephanie
That's
1208.
correct.
And you all came out of the house together, correct?
I
Yeah,
had to switch streams, Denise.
I don't recall
The long crime was too
who was
laggy.
where when we
The
walked
one
to
with
the
the
car,
captions.
but
I
we
had to
all
switch
left
to
the
the
house at the
NBC
same
10.
time.
And directly in front of all of you was the front lawn, correct?
If I was to walk straight out the front door, yes, the front lawn's in front of me.
And when you were walking out, the black SUV was gone, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you first came out of the house facing that front lawn, you didn't see a black baseball cap, correct?
That's correct.
Or a black sneaker, correct?
That's correct.
Or 45 pieces of red plastic taillight, correct?
That's correct.
Or even one, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, you didn't see a 6'2" man lying on the front lawn, correct?
No, I wish I did, but I didn't.
As you were walking out
I
with
wish
your
I
wife and
did.
these two other women, none of them yelled that they saw anything like that, correct?
Correct.
And then you all piled into the vehicle which was in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
You and your wife got into the front, the driver's seat and the passenger seat, correct?
Yes, I sat in the driver's seat. My wife was in the passenger seat. I had to brush off the car, but that's where we sat.
And the other two women who were friends with Brian Jr. got into the second row passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
And I believe your testimony is you don't know who was where within that, but they did get in there.
Yes, they were behind us. I don't know who sat in what seat.
Once you got inside the vehicle, is that when you realized that you had left something back into the house?
I don't recall leaving something in the house.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall leaving something in the house. If I did, I did. I don't recall leaving something in the house.
You don't recall going back into the house?
No, I don't recall going back into the house.
If you went back into the house, the front lawn would have been directly in front of you from the driveway, correct?
The lawn would have been to my left and I would have went up the walkway to
Right.
the house.
Okay, well, that's my next question. When you went up the walkway, the front lawn would have been to your left, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then coming out, you would have had the same view that you'd had the first time, correct?
Yes, I would have come back out the same way down the steps to the left.
And without going through all the various items that I asked you about in terms of not seeing on the front lawn, you know, the speaker, the cap, the tail light, et cetera, you didn't see any of that stuff at any point the second time, correct?
Correct. I did not see anything.
Okay, so now you're finally back in your vehicle and you are backing out of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that to get to your, well, strike that. Is it fair to say that to drop the women off, your plan was to head toward Chapman Street?
Yes, that's what we did.
Which would mean that as you back out of the driveway, the rear end of your car would have been facing towards Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And then you would straighten out and now you've got a straight shot up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
And it would also mean that you drove the length of the Alberts property, correct?
Yes.
While you did that, sir, Julie Nagel never said, "What was that?" Did she?
I did not hear Julie say that.
She never said she had seen a black object, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
She never said that she saw a black blob, correct?
I did not hear her say that.
And she didn't say that the black blob that she supposedly saw was 5 or 6 feet in length, correct?
Again, I did not hear her say it.
And she never said that she might have seen a person, correct?
I did not hear her. You talk about in the car?
Correct.
Yeah, I did not hear her say it in the car.
And you were right there driving, correct?
I was driving, obviously focused on the road. The windshield wipers, it was snowing pretty heavily.
You didn't have earplugs in.
I didn't, but they were all talking in the car.
You didn't have AirPods in.
No, I didn't.
Certainly not the noise cancellation AirPods, correct?
Correct. I did not have earpods in.
And you never stopped the car because you never heard Julie Nagel say anything about anybody being in trouble, correct?
I did not hear her say it.
Okay. You woke up the next morning, as you said, to screaming, correct?
Yes,
The screaming was so loud that you thought that the person screaming was actually in your bedroom, correct?
that is correct.
That was, and it startled you, fair to say?
Yes, it did.
And then ultimately, you learned that Karen Reed ended up in your driveway, correct?
Yes,
You could hear her screaming outside, correct?
I could hear her outside, correct.
She was hysterical
She was screaming, Jen. She just kept repeating Jen.
in a hysterical manner.
Yeah, Jen, Jen. Yes,
And she was screaming so loud that she was in danger of waking up the whole neighborhood, correct?
she was loud, correct.
And other than screaming Jen, Jen in that hysterical tone, you really couldn't make out her words a lot of the time, correct?
Not when she was outside my house, no.
Skipping ahead to when you went back to Fairview that morning, it's fair to say that when you went, did you say that you went inside Fairview at maybe around 7 a.m.? Is that a good estimate?
Yeah, I don't know the exact time, but it would say give or take, could be a little before, a little after, but somewhere in that vicinity.
And I believe you testified that the only people inside that you saw there were your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert.
That's-
In addition to Officer.
Officer, at that moment, that's who I recall seeing there.
Okay, so there were, and you didn't know where Brian Jr. was, whether he was sleeping, but you didn't see him.
I don't recall seeing him at that moment, no.
And Officer Lank was the only police official that you saw inside, correct?
At that moment, correct.
Okay. Now, in the days after January 29th, you participated in a group text exchange with 3 other people. Do you recall that?
Could you name the 3 people?
Sure. You had a group text chat going with your wife, Jennifer McCabe, your brother-in-law, Brian Albert, and your sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, correct?
Oh, yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about that group text chat, if I might.
Sure.
You would agree with me that on February 1st of 2022, that was 3 days after John O'Keefe passed away, correct?
Yes.
And at some point on February 1st of 2022, you were physically either at or near the Albert home at 34 Fairview in Canton, correct?
I could have been. I don't recall if I was there.
You recall watching what investigators were doing in the neighborhood on February 1st?
I do not. If you could show it to me, I could maybe reflect my memory. I do not recall
That one went over my head.
specific day.
You don't recall monitoring what troopers were doing? in the
I was not
neighborhood?
monitoring anything that the troopers were doing. If I had driven down the street, dropping someone off, picking somebody up, and saw the troopers, then I saw the troopers. I was not monitoring anything.
Directing your attention to 1:34 p.m. and 27 seconds. You texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, "Troopers back out front, but in front of Asian house." Did you not?
If I texted that, you could show it to me.
Ma'am,
Wait.
did you not?
What?
02150.
No, show it to him, don't.
I'm sorry.
Attach it?
Oh, show, you show it to.
Show it to
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Miller,
sorry.
and don't reference what it is.
You think this is my first try?
Thank you.
I'm showing you a document, sir, and if you look up or look at it by yourself and look up at me when you're done.
I don't use glasses, but I can't see this. So maybe I need glasses.
Um,
I'm making it out. I got it.
I do have.
The Asian
Is it light?
house.
No, he says he doesn't.
No, it's
wear-
not. It's just dark, but I got it. What the hell? How is-
Did you just say what the hell?
If you're struggling, I
I'm
do.
reading mine, right? The middle one?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take
yeah.
all your time, the time. you
Yep,
need.
I got it. Yep, I see it.
Okay. If I may just grab that
Yes.
back.
Thank you.
Having reviewed that document, is your memory refreshed?
I see that I texted what you said I texted. The
Okay.
troopers were outside of the house, yes.
Right, that's my question. This is a page that contains the group text that you had with Jen McCabe, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes,
And in terms of the question that I asked you, you now acknowledge that you testified troopers back out front, but in front of Asian House, correct?
that's correct.
Mr. McCabe, what is an Asian house?
The next door neighbors to the Alberts were Asian.
So you mean that a family of Asian origin lived next door?
Yes,
They were the next door neighbors to your brother-in-law and sister-in-law?
correct. They lived, if you come out of Fairview, they lived to the right of the Alberts.
And did you know their last name was the Chungs?
I had no idea that I've never met them. I don't know their last names. I just knew it was an Asian family next door.
And you didn't feel the need to ask their names or try to call them by their names?
Never
Objection.
met them, sorry.
Objections sustained. You know what, Ms. Giannetti, let's come to sidebar, please.
The judge knows that Yannetti's got him. Again, on it's these little things that like make this trial all worth it. Even the judge is annoyed, like, stop calling him a, like, are you gonna call him a racist? Don't do it. I mean, it's okay to like, generalize and everything, but they're your freaking neighbor and you don't even know their name. The Asian house. Look, there's times to be racist. Like when you're picking a jury, you don't think you're acting sexist, racist, and whatever. That's fine, but you do it behind closed doors, and you do it. There's no record of it. You make sure that you don't write stuff down. But when you're texting a group chat with your family and friends, yeah, the troopers, they're in front of the Asian house, like. That's just a little low, man. You don't even know their names. They're your freaking neighbors. I agree. It is a private text, Bob, but here's the problem. It's a murder investigation. They know that eventually they're gonna grab ass of those texts, man. They're gonna grab ass a hold of those texts. That just shows absolute lack of decorum and lack of care.
When you did tell the group chat about the troopers being at that house, nobody asked you to clarify which house you were talking about, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did anyone ask you to clarify?
Nobody asked me to clarify that I recall.
In fact, Brian Albert responded with just a question right now. Do you recall that?
Yes, I think that was on the screen you just showed me.
And you responded yes, correct?
Did I get to see all the text or no?
He's shaking.
And with the court's permission.
Yes.
I'm going to give you. the previous-
Just give it to him. Thank you.
I'll just give you one, and if you need the other, just let me know.
No problem. Thank you.
And again, just look at it silently to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
So am I to assume where you said Brian Albert said right now?
Yeah, would you like to see that?
So would that be the last one and then this is the next one?
What you,
I'm just making sure.
I understand, I appreciate that. You tell me.
Okay.
If with the court's permission.
Sure.
Thank you. Yep. That's what I was just looking for.
If I may collect the document.
I didn't read the rest of it.
No, take your time, please.
Okay. Thank you.
You?
You're welcome.
You would agree with me that after you told the group in this group text that the troopers were back out front, in front of that house, Brian Albert's response was right now?
Yes.
And then you said yes, correct?
Yes.
And then Brian Albert replied, okay, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
There are two
As of the
Asians
meeting.
on the jury, by the way.
Is that how he replied?
That's what it just said. Yes.
All right. Now, at that point, you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing, correct?
I didn't see that on the text.
And you don't deny that you said that in the text, correct?
Can you show me the text, please?
Oh, sure. Oh, did you say you didn't see it in the text?
I didn't see that,
I'm
no.
sorry. That's probably because I didn't give it to you. May I push?
Yes. Have you shown those both to Mr. Lally?
Wow, he looks so uncomfortable. He's like, please, please, can we stop this?
I'm showing you 2 pages.
Okay.
Again, read it to yourself and look up at me when you're done.
Do you have a phone with a flashlight on you?
I don't have a phone on me. If you have a flashlight, I'll be able to see it.
Do you mind? Oh,
Just
needs-
dark.
Why did none of them bring their phones to court, by the way? Is that a coincidence?
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim.
All right, much better. I got it now.
Grab that from you.
Thanks.
Having reviewed that, do you acknowledge that you texted the group that you were trying to get a picture of what you were seeing?
Yes, I said I was going to try to take a photo.
You would agree with me that you were watching what was going on, correct, on February 1st?
No, I just happened to be driving through the neighborhood at that moment.
So you happen to be driving through, and then you texted the group to tell them what you saw, correct?
Yes,
And then you didn't just keep driving up the road and leave the area, did you?
I think I did.
Well,
I don't, unless you tell me I went back, I think I did. I said I was going to try to.
you weren't, just having seen the troopers back out there at that house, in your mind, you still weren't done, correct?
I was going to take a picture to show them, oh, the troopers are outside your house.
Right, so in answer to my question, you weren't done with that scene, correct?
I think I was, because I don't know if I took a picture.
Well,
I think I went through. I was going to try to take a picture.
That's
I don't know if I took a picture or not.
you didn't intend to be done at that point, correct?
I didn't intend to be done.
Right, because you wanted to take a picture of what was going on.
I was going to take a picture to show them that troopers were outside in front of the
Right,
house.
you wanted to
Correct.
continue to monitor what was going on, did you not?
I was not monitoring what was going on. I just happened to drive by at that moment.
Shots fired.
May we be seen at sidebar?
Okay.
Oh my God. That is crazy. This shows motive, folks. He's making sure he's keeping track of these troopers. He's making notes of the investigation that is going on just to make sure that, you know, everything is going according to plan. Only guilty people usually do that, just to make sure that their tracks are covered. Innocent people don't care. They just let the investigation unfold because they know everything is going to be fine. The only people who are going to continuously monitor, make sure, like, is everything going according to plan? What do we know? What are they doing? What are they doing now? I mean, think about it. It's just, it makes logical sense. Makes complete sense. He's Fredo. Oh my God, that is a good analogy. He's Fredo. Remember in because Fredo betrayed Michael. That's why he, you know, spoiler alert. I think they're gonna excuse the jury for morning break or something. Probably morning break. Yeah. Wow, folks. Wow. This is nuts. Well, for a witness to qualify as hostile, I'll come to that in just a minute. It looks like morning break, but I can't hear anything. There's no audio. Here we go.
Is there any objection from counsel if Mr. McCabe brings his own phone back in? Should he need a flashlight again? So why don't you do that? Okay. Yeah, thank you.
All right, morning break, folks. Maybe? Wait, I don't know. Hold
Thank
on.
you.
All rise for the court, please.
Oh, here we go. All right, morning break, folks. Morning break. If a witness completely refuses to answer questions, okay? Let me show you guys something. A hostile witness, also known as an adverse witness or an unfavorable witness, is a witness at trial whose testimony on direct examination is either openly antagonistic or appears to be contrary to the legal position of the party who called the witness. That is the only time that you have. I just realized it was not on screen. I apologize. That is, I'm going to read it again. So that now that I have it on screen. A hostile witness, also known as an adverse witness or an unfavorable witness, is a witness at trial whose testimony on direct examination. So remember, a classic example of this is the O.J. Simpson trial. Oh goodness, what's his name? Cato Kalin. Cato Kalin was classified as a hostile witness because when Cato took the stand on direct examination for the government, because the government called him as a witness, I'm pretty sure. And on direct examination, you know, the who, what, where, when, why, how. And they're like, I'm not answering that. I'm not telling you nothing. I'm not da 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 da. It's like, okay, Your Honor, we have a problem. This is a witness. They have to testify. They're clearly hostile. Permission to treat this witness as a hostile witness. You know, your objection is, or your request is denied. Please continue. Ask a few more questions of this witness. Will you tell us? No. Will you tell us? No. Will you tell us? No, Your Honor. I renew my motion. This witness clearly is uncooperative. Can you please allow me to treat this witness as a hostile witness on direct examination? Based on the totality of the circumstances, the judge will rule, yes, I believe that this witness refuses to answer any questions on direct examination and therefore will be treated as a hostile witness. You may ask leading questions on direct examination. Make sense? You start literally treating that witness as a hostile witness and you start asking them no more who, what, where, when, why, how questions. You can start asking them leading questions. And then you went to the bar and you went to the sidebar with all the lawyers. Yes or no? Maybe, you know. And they're going to continue to be like, they're going to continue to be hostile towards you because they're not interested. They're not your witness. They're not, but you have to call them because they further your case. So the reason we can't treat Matthew McCabe as a hostile witness is because this is cross-examination. It makes no sense. This is cross-examination. On direct, he was not hostile at all. He was very cooperative. So there is not a possibility of turning him into a hostile witness, right? Because what you guys are thinking probably in your heads, you're like, well, he's hostile towards the defense. That doesn't make him a hostile witness. Hostile witness is a technical legal term. It is not just he's hostile, therefore he's a hostile witness. Does that make sense? There's a lot of little things in law that like sound like they mean, but they don't. You can have a witness that is going to be completely disagreeing with everything that you say on cross-examination, and that still doesn't make him a hostile witness because it's a legal term. His not trying to S-face. What? We're on morning break. We're on morning break, folks. Should be back in court in a little bit. Yana, permission to roll up. That's funny. I like that. Yeah. Yeah. What an interesting day, but I'm primarily waiting on Jennifer McCabe because this tool bag, what's his nickname? Lunchbox? Somebody nicknamed him Lunchbox. Jonathan Dean, that's exactly right. Under cross-examination, you're treating the witnesses as you would a hostile witness anyway, so the point is moot. That's a great, great explanation. So, okay, one thing I will say about the jury, let me give you guys some insight from what I saw on Wednesday. So, when a witness like Colin or Allie, when they were testifying, because I got a chance to see what? I got a chance to see the finishing of Julie Nagel. I got a chance to see Allie McCabe, and I got a chance to see Colin Albert on direct, but not all of cross, because that happened yesterday. Yes, jurors like when witnesses answer questions direct. Oh, and the lab person, the canine, right? The canine DNA lab person. So the jurors, I can tell you this. On cross-examination, the reason that they're so much more highly entertained and focused and interested is because they are starting to relate to the defense, I feel, more and more. Because when Yannetti and Alan are asking questions, David and Alan are asking questions, they're very vigilant and focused and interested because they're getting information. What they don't like is when witnesses go, I don't recall, I don't remember. Like that one moment, oh my God, one of my favorite moments on Wednesday was when Allie McCabe was asked, you did a Zoom call with the troopers, is that right? Yes, I did. And your mother, Jennifer McCabe, was in the room, was she not? I don't remember. I looked at the jury during that exact moment when she said, I don't remember. If my own mother was in the room when I was like the 19-year-old girl testifying, giving evidence to a police investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe. And I don't remember if my mother, Jennifer McCabe, was in the room during that. I looked at the jury and several of the jurors were like, oh my God. Like they had the, are you serious look on their face. How do you not remember something like that? You're clearly hiding something. They all think that. Don't pin them for fools. They know exactly what's going on. So it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. How can you be so shady and stupid? Like it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? So yeah, trust me, the jurors are very vigilant. They're very attentive. They understand what's happening. And there's several of them that are just like over it. They're over these people and they're waiting for action. Just like any trial, they're waiting for action. I can tell you this from personal experience. When I was doing my opening statement, by the way, I'm starting to become more and more convinced that you win cases in opening. I truly do, because that sets the stage. It doesn't matter if it's a one-day trial, if it's a 5-week trial, a 5-month trial, or a 5-year trial, which God forbid, I hope we never have to see one of those, but I don't know, Young Thug might turn into that. The problem is the jury are people. People want a story. People want to understand what happened. And they know that the case is going to drag on for, hours, days, weeks, months, whatever. When the jury hears from the horse's mouth, meaning the lawyers, even though it's not evidence, and we always say this is not evidence, you should not do. First of all, in your opening statement, never, ever, as the attorney, say, what I'm about to say is not evidence. Because you know what they're going to do? They're going to tune you out. They're going to turn off their brains and their ears. Just start talking. I know it sounds odd, but it's just like stand-up comedy. Comedians get up and they're like, it's always weird when you first get up here and you start talking and it's like, what do you say? What's the first thing that you say? Like, it's so awkward. Opening statements are exactly the same. You just get up there and you just start talking. You're going to see it again when I post the trial of my protege, Alan. My protege, Tyler Hitch. He tried a case a month ago. And you will see that, pay attention, you'll see that exact same pattern. The idea is to tell the jurors what they're going to hear. In my trial, just a couple of weeks ago, I can tell you this is 100% true. As I was telling them my opening, I'm pretty convinced when I was done with my opening, they were all on my side. One of them, I think, even told me that at the end. I can't remember if she did or not. The opening sets the stage. Remember, Yannetti set the stage already. In opening statements, Yannetti, if you remember, he said, you will have doubts about this case. You will hear contradictory evidence. You will be confused as to who the real killer is. You will. Remember all of this? Well, that's exactly what the jurors are waiting for. They probably still have Yannetti's opening in their minds. I wouldn't doubt it. Lally's opening, I doubt they do, because Lally has no compelling narrative. Literally, Francisco Ramos Mejia, 100%. Lally has no compelling narrative. He's just he's like weaving through all over the place. Whereas Yannetti, in his opening, was very direct and concise, and it's just staggering. It's staggering to see that Karen Reed had to show all this money. I think somebody said this. This is very interesting. Somebody said this. Somebody said that they believe nobody anticipated Karen to have the kind of money to hire a high class attorney. They all thought she's just going to hire somebody, like whoever she can find. And what happened to my camera? One second, sorry. Nobody thought that she could afford quality lawyers. You know what I mean? Oh, here we go. Sorry. I don't know what happened. And she did. And once she did, everything kind of went out the window. They're like, oh, crap. Now they're going to win, Adventurous Words says, jurors are the common people. So glad the government thinks that we're stupid. We understand what they try to, when they try to lie. Exactly. Jurors are people. If you are frustrated, trust me, the jurors are frustrated. If you are happy, trust me, the jurors are happy. If you are annoyed with a witness who refuses to cooperate and you're going, I hope the jury sees this, trust me when I say they absolutely see it, they hear it, they understand it. They're just as frustrated as you are. And if they were in the room with you and could talk to you, they'd be like, I know, right? To everything that you're probably saying. That is a fact. And people seem to lose sight of that sometimes. And I have to give people credit, and I have experience. I mean, I myself, I've tried almost 40. Actually, it's over 40 now, I think, if you count all my second chairs with my associate. But as a first chair, just under 40, I guess. Jury trials of my own, myself, me, asking questions, doing opening, doing closing. So I have a very high level of familiarity with the process, and talking to jurors, very important. I talked to Alan Jackson about this when I met him on Wednesday. I asked him, did you talk to the jury? Which case was it? The Harvey Weinstein case, I think. He says he also talks to jurors after every trial, which I thought was really brilliant, because he knows, he gets it. You have to talk to your jurors. I always talk to my jurors after trial. He said that there were a couple of jurors in the Harvey Weinstein Los Angeles case. Get this. They filed affidavits and motions with the court, something that's never happened in his entire career. Alan Jackson's words, not mine. Two witnesses in the Harvey Weinstein, two jurors who convicted in the Harvey Weinstein case said that they were bullied and pressured by the group to convict. They did not want to convict Harvey Weinstein, and they were forced by the others. So he thinks that case is going to get overturned. That verdict is going to get overturned. And someone else is working on that appeal. And then Alan said that he's, he just won the appeal in New York for Harvey Weinstein. So listen, I'm not here to defend Harvey Weinstein. I think he's a shitbag, personally. But if you don't follow proper procedure, then you're not going to get your conviction upheld. It's going to be overturned. So the prosecution playing all these dirty tricks are causing a lot of these cases to become overturned, and that's a problem. But Alan talked to the jury. Which case was it? Was it the Kevin Spacey case? I can't remember now. He told me he talked to them, and maybe we shifted gears. I can't remember now. Opening statements are very similar to making that good first impression when meeting someone. On you, Zelda, you just hit it right on the nose. That is brilliant. That is an absolutely brilliant way to describe that. Opening statements are similar to making a first impression because you're setting the stage for what you're going to hear, how I'm going to present the case to you, how I'm going to be speaking to you, how I'm going to be around you, etc., etc., etc. You know, and what I expect that you will expect to see. Tammy Simmons says, I knew it was biased when they kept Karen's SUV impounded and she had to keep shelling out money for it. I know there's a give, send, go for her defense. She had to pay $200K a piece for Yannetti and Alan Jackson. I think they undercut their fee for this one because they believe in her case. Oh, that's clickbait, crazy old fart. I'm just straight up clickbaiting people. Why were we supposed to be shocked at the jury's verdict in your last posted case? I mean, yeah, that's straight up clickbait. I'm hoping to get more views on the video. Because if you just name it like the verdict, it's like, so I'm testing it out. I'm like, this verdict will shock you. Although I have had cases where that would be an appropriate title when they have no evidence and the jury still convicts. So that has legitimately happened, but no, not in that case. All right, we're coming up on 20 minutes on this break. Let's resume cross-examination of Mr. JENNIFER MCCABE. How about them racists, huh? The Asian house. Just the fact that you talk like that. Are they going to call the neighbors? I don't know. I think we're all just waiting for JENNIFER MCCABE. And I want to continue streaming this trial, but today is probably the last day I'll be able to stream it until Tuesday the 28th because my Monday is very packed. I might be able to stream Tuesday. It's a half day, so maybe I'm going to try. I'm going to try stream on Tuesday, but I'm off to the Bahamas, folks. I'm sorry. I won't be able to stream for you all. I need vacation time. I need me time. I need beach time. But we're gonna finish out today. It's gonna be a full day today. Robin742 says, I don't understand how this went to trial. What they have put Karen Reed through is terrifying for all of us. I agree with you 100%. That's just welcome to the system. They don't care. They don't give a damn. Doogie Fresh says, what would judge do if jurors wrote McCabe and Alberts on the verdict form? You can't because they're not on trial. They can't do that, unfortunately, although it's like, you know, when you're voting, when you go into that voting booth, you can write in someone else's name. There was one independent runner, I think like 50 or 70 years ago. I remember he was like, write my name in on the ballot. And they did, and he actually got like 3% of the popular vote or something crazy, which is insane, just by virtue of saying like, write my name in. You can do that, you know, you can actually do that, but you know, it's not going to work. You can't disseminate information that quickly to that many people yet. One day, maybe when we all have Neuralink and you can literally download. Can you imagine if you like have a Neuralink device and you just sitting there idly staring into space, and all of a sudden a pop-up ad comes on your eyeball, and you're like, close, close. I don't want this ad. Oh my god, this is so annoying. How do I close this ad? Like in Futurama, the iPhone, remember? EYE phone, iPhone. It's kind of cool. It'll be maybe one day. We're literally gonna have ads projected into our brains. Jimbo, could I do a video in Product Wrangler and how he got away with ending Donald Cameron's life, and if Alabama could try convicting him again? So yeah, I heard a lot about this stuff. I just don't care, but thank you. Yannetti for Attorney General. Oh wait, was it Pat Paulson? Comedian Pat Paulson did that? I feel like it was somebody else. What was the energy like with the O'Keefes in the room, says D. Lambert. I'm reading to the defense as we have lots of Slim Shadys. Remember, oh god, I forgot her name again. That woman with the long hair who just can't seem to be able to sit still. You all called her hot. I think she's a demon. She's the wife of one of the cops. Oh my god, I'm sorry, I can't remember her name. I mean, she just is so like a very ugly soul, a very, very ugly soul. Paul O'Keefe, John O'Keefe's brother, is there. He's just mellow. You know, they're all very. Jackie Dougal, thank you, Jackie Dougal. I mean, she set the stage. She set the mood in the room on that side of the room, and she just kept like, and even Paul was just like, "Yo, lady, like, chill, like, all right, I hear you." He had to like turn his head from her, and she just kept talking. She just was like, "Oh my god, I'm so excited to be in the room here. This is so much fun. This is so exciting." She's more interested about the gossip and the dirt than the fact that this is a murder trial. Which again goes to show that maybe even she knows that Karen Reed didn't do it. She just can't say it out loud. That's an interesting thought, actually. Why is she so happy and chatty? She's just a gossip girl. Her Instagram account is like Boston Fit Mom or something like that. Yeah, Fit Mom Boston, at Fit Mom Boston. It's private. You can't see it. She's an exercise trainer or whatever. 7.5 years. This is her profile, real quick. This is her, Jackie Dougal. She's quite fit.
Yes. All right, Ms. Giannetti.
Thank you, Ron. Mr. McCabe, I'm going to approach this in a little bit of a different way to hopefully make it easier on you and me and the jury. I'd like to hand you, with the court's permission, the 4 pages that you've already reviewed, just to have you identify them. If I may approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
And I'd just like you to take a look at them and just confirm that's what you've already seen before we took the break.
Yes, these are the ones you showed me earlier.
Thank you, sir. May I approach?
Yes.
Having reviewed those, sir, does this appear to be an accurate transcription of the sequence and the content of the group text chat within that timeframe?
Yes.
I would offer that, Your Honor.
All right, the only concern I have is I don't want to give the jury something they need a flashlight to read.
Well, my next.
So can I see it?
Of course.
Why don't I see?
I know this is completely off topic, but do we have any pho soup lovers in the chat? What is Xelua? Xelua. So you can order like a small, a large, and you can order Xelua pho. What does that mean? Is that like extra large? Or does that mean, or is that something else? What is Xelua? I have like 4,500 people in the chat. I figured I might as well ask you before I tried Googling it and it won't tell me. It's like a name of a restaurant. Is that family style? Pho for lunch, hell yeah. Is that the giant bowl? It's an Asian house special. Train sized. Okay, I'm getting that. Okay, it's like the extra large. Awesome. That's what I want. Thank you. I did Google it. I did. It won't tell me. It pulls up. There's a bunch of restaurants actually called Pho Xelua, which is really frustrating. Or at least one. There's at least one. Oh, they have smoothies. Avocado smoothie. No, lychee smoothie. They don't have desserts though. Try Googling Has Long to Die in the Snow. Hopefully we'll find out what that's about. Larry, que bono. Teenage angst, rage, cup, drug, corruption. What are your thoughts? Oh, the theory of the death. I think they just got into a little scuffle that turned ugly. Maybe he said something wrong, and they just like got into a fight, and the fight escalated. Sometimes fights accidentally escalate, and when they do, people get hurt. People get murdered.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Bates, if you would display the first page, 2150. How is your distance vision? Are you able to read what's on the screen?
Wow, I can't hear anything.
Blue. This is. Can I have them in front of me
Clerk,
while
can I
you're
have that? Thank
displaying
you.
them?
Yes.
Please? Thank you very much.
And feel free to use the flashlight there.
Yes, thank you.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, that's much better.
Much better. Okay,
Yes.
now we can all see it. With regard to your initial text exchange that we talked about, can you confirm what you texted at 1:34 and 27 seconds in the afternoon of February 1st of 2022?
Yes. Do you want me to?
Yeah.
Oh, troopers back out front, but in front of Agent House. Looks like more has been dug up there for at least, there or at least looks like it.
Okay, and Mr. Bates, if you go down the page, you see the responses. And who was it that responded to your notification that the troopers were back out front?
That would be Brian Albert.
Brian Albert Senior.
Yeah, yep, senior.
And his response was,
Right now.
and that was at 1:34 PM and 45 seconds?
Yes, it was.
And you took that to be a question, correct?
Yeah, asking right now, yes.
No, the Yannetti is just far away from the mic.
Yes. 2151, please. Go ahead, walk me, sir.
Unfortunately, Yannetti is just really far from. David is probably facing. He's very far from the mic.
And you responded to Brian by saying what to his question about right now?
I responded, yes,
And that was at 1:34 PM and 56 seconds?
yes.
You would have still been on scene at that time?
I'm not sure if I was still on scene, but I was obviously, if it was in the area, it must have been in the area, correct?
And the next exchange, Mr. Bates? And who responded to you?
Brian Albert again,
And his response was?
okay.
Do you have a memory as to whether or not Brian Albert was on scene at that time or if he was somewhere else?
I don't have a memory of where Brian was at that time.
Given the fact that you're saying troopers are out front and he's asking right now.
I'd assume he's not, I'd assume he's somewhere else, yeah.
And your response to him, or your response to the group, I should say, was what?
I had to pick up a car, so I drove through.
Right, so this is a little further than we talked
Oh, I know, we're getting to the next.
So take this one down, please.
I mean, just have a moment here, I'm sorry. Yes, the second bubble, please, Mr. Bates, on 2152. Okay, now we're at 1:35 PM and 16 seconds, Mr. McCabe?
Yes, that's correct.
And your text to the group of you, your wife, Brian and Nicole Albert is what?
Trying to get pictures.
All right, and at this point, I've asked the next bubble be displayed, and then I'm gonna skip to the bubble after that, once you see it. The next bubble comes from Brian Albert.
Yes, Brian Albert.
And that's at 135 and 36.
Mr. Yannetti, let him, the screen speaks for itself. If it doesn't, then the witness can.
Of course. What time is that at?
135, 32.
All right. And his response, does that appear to be a typo?
PK, I'm assuming.
All right. The next couple after that would be 2153, please. That's all. And that is from whom?
Brian Albert.
All right. And the time there, are you able to make that out?
Does that say 135, 34 or 138, 34?
Whatever it says. If you can't see it, you can't see it. Next.
Sure. And his response was,
Okay,
does that appear to be correcting the PK?
I'd have to go back and,
Well, the previous one, you
Next question.
Sure. All right, we can take that off for a minute. I'd like to just go over two more areas of these group chats with you. You would agree with me that later that same day on February 4th, the four of you, your wife, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, discussed in that group chat the fact that Michael Proctor was talking to Kerry Roberts over the phone, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
At 3:01 and 48 seconds, you commented on the interview of Michael Proctor with Kerry Roberts, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we be seen?
Okay. Jurors,
Okay. Hmm. Colin Albert's demeanor reminded me so much of Paul Murdaugh. Oh, that's interesting. How so, Melissa Debrigida? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. This crime is Canton's boat crash. Maybe. How does Colin and Paul seem alike to you? Did Matt say, "Oh my God," again or something? Matt keeps muttering things under his breath. He doesn't realize that every single tiny little thing is recorded. I mean, he's being himself. He's being completely natural. He did, huh? He did before the mic cut out. Let me go back just real quick. I believe you all. I want to hear it with my own ears.
May we be seen?
Juris,
Ah, there it is. Yeah.
juris,
Oh my gosh. Wow. That's crazy. He's like, I never thought that these texts would come into court, did he? Wow. Yeah, there's no sound right now. That's sidebar.
Okay, thank you.
Here we go. He said, oh my gosh, under his breath. He whispered, oh my God.
So I'd like you to not leave the witness in the dark if there's something that he can have.
What I'm going to do now, sir, is to hand you 3 more pages and ask if you can identify those.
Thank you.
You know the joke I'm about to make. I'm not going to make it again.
All right, Mr. McCabe, generally, do you recognize those,
Yeah,
sir? All right, so
I'm
go
just
ahead.
marching it up. Yep.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Yannetti.
The pages that I've handed to you and that you now have in your possession, those are from the same group chat that you identified earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it appears to have the same sequence and content of the group chat as well?
Yes.
I would offer that one.
Over the Commonwealth's objection, again, I'm not sending anything to the jury that they can't read. So let's mark this for identification.
Look at how worried he is.
And the
Holy
substance of
crap,
those,
he's really worried.
each individual one will be question by question.
Understood.
Oh
So,
my
Mr.
God,
Bates,
look
with
at
regard
him.
to page 2160, I'm looking for the second bubble.
Do you have an extra copy for me to follow along? No? Or Jim, was it, Mr. United, was this in the, what was marked for, you're using that? All right,
I believe we have extra copies here.
Thank you.
all right. And if it's a question by question objection, just,
May that be displayed on?
may what be displayed?
Well, I just offered that as an exhibit, and I'm asking.
And I did not take it in. I said the content on a question by question, so it's each bubble.
All right. You saw that at 3:01 PM and 48 seconds on February 1st that you texted, quote, "Very weird that she's been barely interviewed. The whole dead comment was just told. I was supposed to have them talk last night and forgot to tell Proctor to call her." Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
And those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed? Here?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony along.
Please
So
fill Jay
that's in
Water in.
evidence.
And
This
then,
is crazy.
In that discussion, at 3:03 PM and 15 seconds, it was Brian Albert who texted, quote, "Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact for some reason," end quote, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you read the timestamp again?
It's
Yes,
the second
It's on
page.
page 02161.
Oh, I found it.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's in the middle. I got that timestamp correct?
3:03:15.
Correct. And I read that accurately. Hope they don't think she's making it up after the fact.
Yes, that's correct.
And then
Oh my God. Oh my God.
less than a minute later at 3:05 and 32 seconds, you replied, "Yes, she was hardly interviewed, and I think just answered what was asked." Oh, I'm sorry, strike that whole question. I skipped his next response, which was at 3:05 and 2 seconds, where he said, "But if they barely interviewed her, that's on them," correct?
That's from Brian. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, with regard to that exchange, you would agree with me that you were talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed by Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't want to make an assumption. Do you have the text previous to this that shows that we're referencing Kerry?
I do, and I'll show you that only to refresh your memory.
Yeah, I don't want to assume something.
I understand. I'm going to show you one page and ask you to look at it silently to yourself.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay.
This case just took a turn, folks. This case just took a turn. He knows exactly what was in that conversation.
Again, my assumption it's Kerry based. Can I go back another page?
Feel free.
Oh my God. This dude just buried
Okay,
himself with
that
his
was
own
the-
text.
That's what I was looking for.
Yes.
Did those previous pages refresh your memory about the context of your group chat conversation?
Yes, it did.
And certainly it was talking about Kerry Roberts being interviewed, correct?
Yes, it was.
And you were passing along information about that interview to Brian Albert, were you not?
Yes, I was letting him know that Kerry was being interviewed.
And you were telling him things that she was saying, correct? Remember you said the whole dead comment was just told?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, but I-
Sustained.
All right, in any case, we're going to move on to the very last discussion that I'd like to ask you about. Earlier that day, February 1st of 2022,
Oh,
at
before.
12:50 PM and 37 seconds, Brian Albert texted the group, which would have again been his wife Nicole, your wife Jennifer, and you. And that text was,
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so I can't, which bubble on which page?
02148.
Right. On which page?
That's the page, 0214.
Okay, so I don't have
And
it.
the bubble is the second of the three bubbles.
So I don't have it.
I don't have it.
I don't know what the objection's pertaining to. Jurors, I apologize that this is taking so long. You know what, Mr. Yannetti, why don't you?
That's for the court, Your Honor. And for the.
So you're objecting to it, so I'm not going to let you say what it is. You can show it to the witness.
Yes, will do.
Which one is this?
Second bubble on 02148.
Why is it that when Lally introduces texts between Ali and Colin, she has no problems, but now that David Yannetti is simply trying to introduce texts between
Thank you.
the witness
All
on
right,
the
so I won't
frickin'
allow,
stand and
based
his
on the objection from
family,
the Commonwealth, the
she's having
second
so much
bubble on
problems with it.
02148. I will allow the author of the third bubble
It,
on page 02148.
it's, no. The second bubble on 02148,
Is not allowed into evidence.
What?
I need to be heard on that then.
What?
No, all right, I'll hear you at sidebar.
Oh my God, it must be really bad. Oh my God, it must be really bad. Judge doesn't want it in. Why is everybody standing up? Are they letting the jury out? Or are they just stretching? Oh my God. I'm going to let you talk about that one, but I'm not going to let you talk about this one. Why? They're texts. Bev? Holy mother of God. We found the smoking gun and maybe she doesn't want to let it in. I said, well, maybe it's a smoking gun and she doesn't want to let it in. That's insanity. That is really crazy. Hey, Star Z, thank you for being a member for 2 months. Michael Bellino, how does she dare prejudice the defense like that? Exactly. Entry record. My little 100-pound wife, 54th birthday yesterday. Happy birthday to your wifey. I worry about her eating. I'm 3 times her size. Reed looks smaller than my wife and looks like she is suffering under the stress. Should she prevail, does she have any recourse? Mr. Entry record. Thank you for the 200 sex. I mean, her recourse, malicious prosecution with no evidence. That actually might be a valid lawsuit. I rarely say this. Rarely do I say this. But they might have a legitimate lawsuit. She might, I mean. It would definitely be one of the first times I would ever say something like that. When they argue over texts, Matthew gets really nervous. I agree. Come on, Judge, just let this in. Please let it in.
Yes, please.
Can I have the jury back, please?
Oh, the jury left. That's why there was no, yeah.
And Mr. Jackson, if you are planning on doing this with the next witness, I'd like you to let Mr. Lally know which ones of these you intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for objections.
Court, all rise for the jury. Court is back in session. Please be seated.
Stanetti.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you then texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house.
Oh,
That's part of the same text. Yes,
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
that would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No,
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here. 51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was, exactly.
Oh my
Yes, that's his
God.
response.
We're done here.
All right, Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly,
Ho, ho, ho!
Now, Mr. McCabe, John O'Keefe never went in the house that night, is that correct?
That's correct.
And from this text communication, as far as Chris Albert was concerned, was Chris Albert ever at the house on that night?
No, he was not.
Oh,
And this is something
God.
that you, obviously, death of John O'Keefe occurring, how it did, where it did, and why it did. That was something that you discussed.
Can you keep your voice up?
Yes, I'm sorry. This.
Lally
tragic
just
occurrence
lost.
As far as what happened to John O'Keefe, his death, where, why, how, that was something that you discussed within your family, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Or what?
I didn't hear that
Why
one.
was it a discussion in your family?
You're talking about the immediately after? No one knew what happened. John never came in the house, so we had no idea what happened to John.
And John was someone you were friends with, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, did you ever tell anybody what to say at any point in time to the state police, to any investigator whatsoever?
No,
Did anyone in your family or in your presence ever tell anyone that in front of you?
no.
Now, you asked some questions about when you were looking out and you saw the SUV, correct?
Yes,
And your focus, as you indicated in your testimony, was on the SUV, correct?
yes, that's correct.
Now, during the time that you were looking out, did you ever see a pickup truck outside?
I knew the pickup truck was out there, but again, I didn't look at the pickup. I kind of saw it, but was focusing on the SUV.
And
I saw a vehicle out there. Let's say that.
my question is more so, as far as the tire marks that you were talking about in the road, was that before or after the pickup truck was hit?
It was after.
Now, you were asked some questions about directionality and things of that nature as far as coming down Chapman or Cedar Crest, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so if someone had driven by the house, missed the house, and then went on to Cedar Crest, turned around, presumably then they would be taking a left or a right from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, is that right?
Yes, if they passed the house, they would have come to Cedar Crest and turned around and come back onto Fairview.
And you were asked some questions about whether or not you saw Mr. O'Keefe from your vantage point in the
Lally
SUV,
just
is that
lost his
correct?
case, folks.
Yes, I was.
You didn't see him, correct?
I did not see him.
Could you see anyone inside from where you were?
I could not
Lally
see
just
anybody
lost
in the
his
vehicle.
case.
Could you see anything about the windows as far as their tint or anything like
I
that?
wish I could have seen the jury.
I
right
don't
now.
recall the tint. I couldn't see inside though.
As far as any statements that Ms. Nagel made on the way home, is it your testimony that you, Ms. Nagel, didn't say those statements or that you didn't hear those statements?
I did not hear those statements.
Now, turning to February 1st, do you recall what you were doing on that day when you drove by Fairview?
I don't recall what I was doing. I don't recall exactly what I did that day.
And were you going specifically by Fairview or where were you?
Based off of reading these text messages, I was doing something, picking up a car or something, it says. I don't recall where. And I cut down Fairview.
Now, as far as your statement in those text messages where you said, looks like more has been dug up, do you recall that?
I don't recall it. I read it in the text message.
Do you recall what that was in regard to? As far as what were they digging?
Sorry. I do recall. They dug out the snow. It looked like the snow banks. It looked like there was more snow dug out in the around the around the scene.
And by the scene, you mean around where the flagpole fire hydrant that was?
Correct. Yes.
And do you recall any sort of change in the weather between the 29th and February 1st?
I believe the temperature rose. Snow was starting to melt, if I recall.
We're back to snow melting. Oh
When
my God.
you and your wife your wife is talking to Mr. O'Keefe and you were given directions. There was some reference to Bella's health, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that was sort of used as a
Oh
directionality
God.
as far as Mr. O'Keefe would be familiar with where Bella's house was.
Yes, that's correct.
What, if any, relationship
Sorry.
in the past were you aware of between Mr. O'Keefe and
Oh God.
Bella's mother?
At
Lally is
some
desperately
point,
trying to distract,
Bella's
but it's too late.
parents were separated, since divorced. At some point, Mr. O'Keefe had a relationship with Bella's mother.
And after that conversation in which that was referenced as far as Bella's house, did you ever hear from John O'Keefe again?
Never heard from him again.
Nothing further.
Well, that's after
Anything?
you killed him or helped cover it up.
You were just asked if you ever told anyone,
Uh,
I'm sorry, if you told anyone what to tell the state police or investigators, and your answer was no, correct?
Yeah, I don't recall telling anyone to tell anybody anything.
So with regard to your statement, tell them the guy never went in the house, who's the them?
Do you mind if I go back and read?
Take your time.
I think I know, I just want to read it. The them was Channel 4 went into D&E.
You done with your answer?
Yeah, you just asked me who them was.
And the answer is, you were instructing people on the group chat to tell Channel 4 that the guy never went in the house, correct?
Yes, this was on February
February 1st.
1st. As I said, none of us in the house had any idea what happened to John O'Keefe. So we instructed I was saying, we don't know what happened. He never came in the house.
All right, so,
That's what was my statement was.
sir, I didn't ask you for any of that just now, did I?
You just asked me
No.
why I said
I
that.
asked you who the them was. Did I
Objection, Your
not?
Honor.
You didn't. You look like you asked me to elaborate.
Okay.
uh-oh.
So your answer to my question is, the them was you were saying that Channel 4 should be told that the guy never went in the house. Yes or no?
Channel 4 was who I was referencing. Yes.
No further.
Thank
All right,
you.
you are all set, Mr. McCabe.
Ooh,
I
it's
will take
getting
those documents.
snarky.
Thank you very much.
Oh my God.
Thank you.
Your next witness, please, Mr.
Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The call will call Jennifer McCabe. to stand.
Oh, Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe has long to die in the cold. Jennifer McCabe. Jennifer McCabe. Let's go. Let's go. Woo! Oh my God.
Please watch your step. Except for the jury. You solemnly swear the understood the court, the jury, in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So
I don't.
thank you. You may take this.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE,
And where do you live, ma'am?
Canton.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately 20, well, my whole life, I lived in Canton, except when I first got married, I lived in Stoughton for a year or two.
And where you live currently in Canton, how long have you lived?
Lisa.
I live at 12 Country Lane, and I've lived there about 10 years.
And prior to that, where did you live in Canton before Country Lane?
15 Sutcliffe Ave in Canton.
And how long did you live on Sutcliffe?
Approximately 10 years.
I'm glad I'm not the only one
And
thinking
with
that.
regard to both addresses, who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live there with my husband, Matt, and my 4 daughters.
And how old are your 4 daughters?
15, 16, 18, and 20.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall those dates?
I do, yes.
And do you recall what days of the week they were?
Friday and a Saturday.
So starting with Friday, January 28th in the evening, do you recall what was going on that night or where you went? What were you doing?
Well, first, I set up at my house for a team dinner for my daughter's hockey team. Then I met up with some parents for my daughter played for the Canton High basketball team. So we met up with some parents before. We had a drink, appetizers. My younger two were with us. We fed them dinner. And then we went on to Canton High School to the basketball game.
Now, starting back, the oldest daughter with the hockey dinner at your house, that was your
And I'm
daughter
going to read
Allie,
some
is that
super
correct?
chats because
Yes.
this is going to be boring for the next
Yes.
Now, the daughter
20,
who
30
had
minutes.
basketball game, is that your second oldest?
Thank you,
Yes.
Jenna Baby. I will have fun in the
With regard
Bahamas.
to, her, she was on varsity team, is that right?
Yes.
Adventurous
Yes.
Wirtz says, if reasonable evidence is not allowed in, can they ask the judge again to recuse herself from the case? I mean, it's a little late for that.
What, if any, role did you have in regard to that?
I'll allow it, but then you'll move on quickly.
Yeah, move on quickly, buddy.
I was a basketball coach for the rec.
Melissa
the town
Gabrigada, entitlement due to powerful family and connections in Hampton. Oh, the boat crash death of
I believe
Mallory.
with
Open the door to
Emily, I
expose them all.
started approximately when
Yes.
she was in 5th grade. And then I was also a coach for my daughter, Olivia, I think starting when she was in 6th grade. And with my youngest, I think I coached from 1st grade on. until
Mike
8th grade.
Middleton says that was the Rittenhouse
Now-
Grosskreutz moment.
As far as
Oh,
the
nice. I'm going to have to watch that
concerns,
cross.
is there a sort of typical
Chandler
start
says it's
time
really
for
good.
high school basketball?
McCabe will soon get an upgrade.
Move on. We know the time. Move
John
on.
Schoen. That's
After
awesome.
the basketball game, where-
Policing the police. Maybe the bite marks came
My
from
husband and
Jen.
I dropped my youngest daughter home, and then we proceeded to meet my sister at the waterfall.
And which sisters?
My sister, Nicole.
horrible.
How many sisters? do you
Please
have?
continue.
3.
Oh my God.
And do you recall about what time it was that you?
Lady Tammy,
Approximately 9 o'clock.
can you go back over that portion before you break for
say
lunch?
we, who do you mean?
Which part?
My husband, Matt, and myself.
And, do you recall
The
what
finishing
vehicle
of the
was
cross? I will.
going
I think that was so good.
around Canton that night?
I'm gonna
I believe
bleed
it was
this
my
one.
car, yes.
Classic case of family circling the wagon. Bam, we got him. Yeah,
Denali.
most definitely.
Yukon, I think. Denali, yeah.
Oh my God, what a day. Oh my God,
yes.
what a
Big
day.
SUV.
Now, with respect to, you got a cell phone around that time, is that correct?
Yes.
Your cell phone, what if any connection did that have between cell phone and vehicle?
At that point, I don't think mine was connected. I'm not sure.
Now, when you arrived to the waterfall, did you go right in, or what if anything did you do?
I waited a few minutes because my husband was on a phone call.
And at some point, did you and your husband then go in?
Yes.
And when you arrived in the waterfall, where within the waterfall did you go?
We walked in, and I believe we sat at the 3rd table.
And at the time that you arrived, who, if anyone, was there that you were familiar with at that day?
Chris and Julie Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Tristan Morris.
And at some point shortly after that, or at some point after that, who, if anyone else, came and joined the group that you were with?
Nick Kolakidis did, and then his wife did a little bit after. And then Brian Albert and Brian Higgins arrived. And then Karen and John arrived.
And prior to Karen and John arriving, who, if anyone, from the group had left?
I believe Tristan left, maybe to go to sleep because he had to plow, I think.
Now, with reference to Karen and John,
Mhm.
we're talking about John O'Keefe and Karen, correct?
Yes.
And how long had you?
I don't know if the jury's listening anymore.
Approximately 10 years.
And how was it that you first came to know John?
John's sister and her husband lived in the neighborhood, and my daughter became friends with John's niece when they were in kindergarten. And during that kindergarten year, John's sister and then brother-in-law passed away, and John moved in and took care of the kids.
And just for clarity purposes, this would have been when you were living at the home on Sutcliffe?
Yes.
And then after John moved in with his niece and nephew, what if any role or what if any relationship did you have with either John or his niece specifically?
So my daughter was very good friends with his niece. And so, she would be over all the time. And JJ would come over with Patrick and pick her up. And he would come in and talk to us and hang out.
And how would you describe your relationship with John O'Keefe?
He was my friend. I love John. He was an amazing guy.
Now, with reference to Karen Reed, and just for clarity purposes, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Did you identify just as to where she's seated or not?
She's seated between her attorneys.
You don't just ask the record to reflect identification
Yes.
by the witness. Now, with respect to the defendant, Ms. Reed, when was it that you met her?
John had reached out to me saying that he was dating a new girl and that she had MS and I also have MS. So he said he would like for me to meet her.
And how long have you had MS?
I believe it will be 10 years this October.
And do you recall specifically when around that was, what year, what month, anything like that?
That I met Miss Reed?
Yes.
Yes, they came over in July of 2020.
And came over to your house, is that correct?
Yes, they came over to the house. They brought the kids, swam. I have a pool.
Now, over the course of, you were familiar, obviously, that Ms. Reed was dating Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Mhm.
Over the course of time.
Yes. Sorry.
Over the course of time from July of 2020, when you met her, to January of 2022, how often would you see Ms. Reed?
It would vary. There were times that we would bump into them, or depending on their sports, or, for my daughter's birthday party, when it was time to pick up, they'd come over and hang out, or Halloween. It just varied. We have 4 kids, so we're always kind of in all different directions. Sometimes it depends on what sport month it is and what team we're with.
And how would you describe your relationship with Ms. Reed?
I enjoyed Miss Reed. I really liked her. I thought we connected from the beginning. She was very easy to talk to. She had MS, I had MS, and there's not a lot of people our age that I personally know that have it. So it was nice to have someone who understood like what I was going through. So we had that in common.
Now, with respect, to either, starting with Mr. O'Keefe, was your friendship the type where you would have any sort of discussions about his relationship with Ms. Reed or any girls that he dated at any point in time that you were friends with him?
At different points, yes.
And what, if anything, specific do you recall him telling you about his relationship with Ms. Reed specifically? Objection.
I'm going to allow that. I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
So, Ms. McCabe,
Mm-hmm.
with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, and his relationship with Ms. Reed, is that something that you spend any real time talking about with Mr. O'Keefe?
No, occasionally, hey, how are things going? How's she feeling? How's she doing? Very general.
And same sort of question with regard to Ms. Reed, is that a conversation that you had as far as her relationship with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, similar.
Now, on that evening, if I could turn you back to the waterfall.
Mhm.
You arrive about 9, about what time was it that you left?
Approximately midnight, a little give or take.
And so during the 3 hours or so that you were there, how would you describe sort of the mood or demeanor of the group that you were with during the time you were there?
Fine, friendly, normal, typical night, just out having a drink, listening to music.
And you mentioned about 11 o'clock or so was that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the bar.
Correct.
And when they came into the bar, where did they go in relation to where you were?
They came right over and talked to the group that we were with.
And when Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant came over, what, if anything, did you observe the defendant do or have with her when she came?
Oh, she had brought a glass with her and kind of took it out of her coat and just kind of chuckled about it.
What, if anything, did you observe about the glass?
I believe it had ridges on it.
What, if anything, did you observe as far as what was in the glass?
It was clear.
Was there any other kind of like a straw or a lime or anything like that?
I don't remember.
As far as you knew, at some point did you become aware of where Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed had been prior to coming over to the waterfall?
Yes.
And where were they?
CF McCarthy's,
Where is that in location to the waterfall?
just right up the street.
Now, over the course of the evening, you were at a bar. Fair to say you were drinking, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what you were drinking?
I think beer.
And same question with regard to Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall him drinking? And if so, what, if anything, was he drinking?
I can't be certain. Possibly a beer, but I can't be certain.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, same question as far as do you recall her drinking? And if so, what, if anything, do you recall her?
Again, I remember just a clear glass, a glass with a clear liquid in it.
Any different glass beyond the one that you've already testified about, or no?
I don't remember, sorry.
Now, when you left the waterfall sometime around midnight, is that correct?
Yes.
And well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So with respect to the time that you were at the waterfall, did you speak with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, briefly at the bar.
And do you recall just generally what it was that you talked about?
Yes, his niece had just gotten into Bishop Fian, so he was very excited.
And with respect to Ms. Reed, did you speak to her at the bar?
Yes.
And do you recall what, if anything, the two of you spoke about?
Yes.
And what was it?
Karen had shared a little bit of frustration that morning, or one morning she had taken Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts, and John, was frustrated, didn't, saying, don't take her. She's going to, make a habit of it, meaning like she's going to come to expect it every day. And then we just talked about how, challenging it is with kids. And, she mentioned that that's kind of all they have a fight about. And I said, yeah, well, welcome to parenthood, and, she just was a little bit frustrated, felt like the family needed to be doing more to help. And she just wished she had, more time, just her and John. But again, it was just, girlfriend to girlfriend kind of venting.
Now, As far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as to how he was dressed?
Baseball hat, jeans. That's what I remember.
Do you recall any sort of winter coat or heavier coat or anything like that?
No.
Now, over the course of the evening at the waterfall, what, if any, discussion was there amongst the group as far as going somewhere next or what to do after the waterfall?
Karen had asked Chris if we could go up to D&E. She wanted to go up to D&E and have him cook some food.
And was that something that was brought up by the defendant once, more than once, or something?
Many times.
And what was sort of the response from the group in regard to going to D&E and making food?
So Brian, Chris, and Matt do this annual weight loss challenge every year, and it was in the midst of that. So they were like, no, 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 we can't go up there. We're not going to eat. We'll do it another time.
Now, following that conversation, what, if any, other, let me ask you this, why did you go to the waterfall in the first place?
So I went to meet my sister, Nicole. She was heading there because she was going to go have a drink with her. Her son was going to have some friends and then meet out. So I was going to meet them for a drink for my nephew's birthday.
To be clear, that nephew was Brian Albert Jr., is that right?
Yes.
And did Brian Albert Jr. ever show up at the waterfall that evening?
He did not know.
You know why not?
Brian suffers from anxiety, and during that time period, he was really struggling.
So he decided to stay home?
He just decided to stay home, yes.
And so after the discussion about going over to D&E and then the communication of not going over, what, if any, other discussion was had as to where people were going or what was happening after leaving the waterfall?
Brian Albert Sr. Just made a general, hey, I'm going to go home, have a drink with Brian if anyone would like to come.
And was that something that was just to certain people, or was it expressed at the table, or how was that expressed?
It was expressed to everyone like, hey, we're going to go back home, have a beer with Brian if anyone would like to come.
Now, after that was sort of put out to the table, what, if any, discussion did you have in regard to that with either Mr. O'Keefe, Ms. Reed, or both?
Both of them. I said, oh, you guys should come. Do you want to come?
And did they indicate that that was something that they wanted to do, or did they indicate that they were coming?
They both wanted to come, and they said they were coming, yes.
Now, when you left the waterfall, who, if anyone, left with you or left at the same time?
I believe I walked out with Karen. I know I walked out with Karen, and I believe Miss Kolakidis as well.
Prior to you leaving, your sister Nicole and her husband Brian, had they left prior to you leaving?
Yes.
And so you're walking out with the defendant and Ms. Kolakidis, is that right?
Yes.
And when you were walking out with them, what, if anything, was the sort of conversation or the discussion as you were walking out the door?
Well, Matt and John were still inside. So at one point I said, oh, Karen, why don't you just come with me? Figuring, because, Matt can talk to anyone, and God knows how long he was going to stay in there. So I was just like, hey, do you want to drive with me and they can meet us?
Your husband's a talker, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the car that you had parked there before, where was that parked in relation to what?
I believe I had to kind of walk straight out.
In the parking lot?
In the parking lot, yes.
And after you had exited from the waterfall, at some point did you observe Mr. O'Keefe come out as well?
Yes, he did.
And did you have any conversation with him in the parking lot while you were out there?
I believe briefly, Karen, him, and I all spoke, yes.
Do you recall briefly what you spoke about?
Them coming back to Fairview.
And after sort of the two of you parted ways, did you observe where Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went?
I just saw them they walked left, I walked straight.
And if one were to walk left in the direction they were walking, where would that bring them to?
Washington Street, the main street.
So you went over then to your car in the parking lot?
Yes.
And while you were in your car in the parking lot, well, let me ask you this question. When you walked out of the waterfall, what, if anything, was different about the weather from when you had walked?
It had started to snow.
And as far as the snow was concerned, what was that initial point when you walked out of the waterfall? Was it accumulating or anything like that?
Yes, I would say, it was starting to cover the car, so you'd have to put your windshield wipers on to clear it.
So you didn't have to get the scraper out or anything like that, just click on the windshield?
Flip on the windshield wipers. I probably was lazy and just rolled the windows down to get it off the windows.
And so you're in the car for some period of time waiting for your husband, correct?
Yes.
And about how long is it that you're waiting for your husband before he comes out?
Actually, it wasn't long. I think I turned the car on and then I saw him walking and I pulled up.
And while you're waiting for your husband or shortly after he gets to the car, what if any communication did you receive at that point?
I received a text from John saying where to.
And with respect to that, did you respond in kind via text, or how did you respond, if at all, to Mr. O'Keefe?
I was driving, so I called him.
And when you called him, if you know, was that something that was done through Bluetooth with regard to the car, or?
Yes, it would have been because it was my phone and I was driving, so I would have had it over the car.
So your phone would have been paired up with your phone?
Yes, I plugged it in when I got it. I always plug my phone in when I get in, if I'm driving.
And with your husband in the car, it's fair to say that he could hear both sides of the conversation as far as you and Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And so that initial call that you placed to Mr. O'Keefe, is that done while you're driving?
Yes.
And what, if anything, were you telling him as far as that initial call was concerned?
He had asked for he said where to. I gave him the address. And then I believe I, just started giving him directions. And I actually think Matt spoke over me and was saying, go this way, go this way. And then I said, yeah, you just go down to Fairview. It's at the bottom.
And so as far as the directions, do you recall anything specifically about what you told Mr. O'Keefe as far as where the directions were?
Well, he actually called back a second time. And when he called back a second time, I instructed him that it was by a friend's house, one of his niece and my daughter's friend. And I said, oh, it's right, go past Bella's street. It's at the bottom of the hill.
And before we get to that, just as far as that initial phone call, essentially Fairview Road, you're familiar with?
Yes.
And it's where your sister lives with her family, correct?
Yes.
And if I could just ask, with regards to your sister's husband, Brian, how long have you known him?
Since I was in kindergarten, very long time.
So they had dated for some period of time before they got married, and they've been married for some significant period of time.
Yeah, she had a crush on him for years. Then they dated, I think, for 10 years and before they got married. So yeah, they've been together most of my life.
So you're familiar with Fairview in the sense that there's on one end of it is Chapman and one end of it is Cedar Crest, correct?
Correct.
And just in that initial phone call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe and you and your husband are giving directions, do you recall if you were indicating to him to go to Cedar Crest or go to Chapman in order to get on Fairview?
Go to Chapman.
And is that the way that you went as far as going from Washington Street downtown to Fairview?
Yes.
Now, how long a drive is that going from the waterfall to Fairview Road?
Approximately 5+ minutes, depending on if you hit lights.
Now, if you're indicating you're indicating to someone to come down Chapman, and you said it was, I'm sorry, your testimony is it's sort of towards the end from that direction?
The end of Fairview, the bottom of Fairview.
And that's to my point as far as the bottom. What, if any kind of incline or decline, or how does the road sort of situated as you come from the Chapman side down to where your sister lives, 34 Fairview?
It's a hill.
And the hill goes down, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that somewhat of a precipitous? How would you describe sort of the hill?
Well, the first hill is a bit steep and then it flattens a little and then there's another hill, but the second hill is more long.
So there's actually two hills as you're going down, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second call, Mr. O'Keefe then calls you.
Yes.
And about how much time elapsed between when you first talked to Mr. O'Keefe and the second?
Approximately 4 or 5 minutes tops.
During either call that you had with Mr. O'Keefe, could you hear anything? You had it on Bluetooth, correct?
Yes.
Could you tell whether or not he was connected to a Bluetooth? Could you hear anything in the background?
I couldn't know.
And as
Any
far
action yet,
as,
folks? Didn't seem like it.
When you were speaking to Mr. O'Keefe, did he express an intent that he was going to the house at Fairview?
Yes, he was driving there and he was trying to find it.
And when he indicated that he was trying to find it, was he expressing that in singular or plural or something else?
No, more general, like where is it? Type.
Did he make any reference?
Nothing. Chat says nothing. You missed nothing. Not a thing. Good.
And now, as far
That's what I
as
figured.
this second call,
Mhm.
you indicated, what did you use exactly as sort of a geographic locator?
Our my daughter and his niece's very close friend lives on a side street off of Fairview. So I just said go past Bella Street, and it's at the bottom.
And Bella is someone that through his niece, John O'Keefe would have known, correct?
Correct.
Now, at this time, what if any relationship were you aware of between Bella's mother and John O'Keefe?
They had dated
I'm going to allow it.
They had dated briefly years before.
Now, was that sort of the substance of the conversation that you had with Mr. O'Keefe? And that's
Wait a minute. It was snowing that day? Oh my God. Breaking news. It was snowing that day. Jennifer McCabe just filled in on the snow.
Mr. O'Keefe on the phone at
Snow.
that point in time after that.
You know nothing, Jon Snow.
Now, you arrive at the house on Fairview. Do you recall where you parked when you got there?
Yes, pulled into the driveway.
And the driveway at the house at Fairview essentially has two garage doors. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sort of widens out as you get to the top, closer to the house.
Yes.
Do you recall where in relation to the driveway was parked when you got there?
I just remember pulling in. There was definitely a car in front of me. There possibly could have been a car to the left.
You exit the vehicle, go into the house, correct?
Correct.
When you get to the house, who, if anyone, do you observe in?
When I walk in, Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson are all sitting at the kitchen table. My sister Nicole was in the kitchen wiping the counters because she's always cleaning. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins were in the, I guess you'd call it the TV room area, just standing and talking.
And ma'am, I'm sorry, I'm just having a little trouble hearing you. So
Oh, okay.
that microphone-
We're having trouble hearing you, buddy.
So anywhere you want to put that.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. And so when you come into the house, where were the, you mentioned a table, where were people situated?
In the kitchen.
Now, with respect to what was going on at the house throughout the course of the evening that you were there?
I sat at the table and I just spoke to Brian and
How's the,
Katie and the
on
two
board,
girls
please
most of the
describe.
night.
And
Crazy
just
old
so we're
fart.
clear,
The
Brian
pho is
Brian,
delicious.
that's, Brian
It's really
Albert
good.
Jr. or Little Brian?
Yeah, little Brian. Yeah, little Brian.
Now, as far as at any point in time when you were at the house, you familiar with a gentleman named?
I mean, we're learning how much they love their family.
I am, yes.
How do
And
you know?
how much they're willing to go and protect
He
them.
is my friend's son
Larry,
and
hope
my
you and Taylor enjoy your
sister's
vacation,
nephew.
but you'll be sorely missed. Oh, thank you, 242.
Yeah, so my
She's
friend
actually not
Julie,
feeling well, so I had to
son.
go make her some tea. That's why I was gone so long. That and I made some lunch for myself. So she's enjoying her hot
Yes,
tea
they're
right
born
now.
a week or two apart, and we've kind of just, they've done everything together. They're very good friends.
Now,
You're a
during the
hot
time
tea.
that you were there, Colin Albert at all?
Enjoying the Bahamas with your beautiful lady and friends. Been there, beautiful. Thank you, Daisy girl. I've been there too. This will be my second time. Wolverine, transparency, policing the
No.
comments is like pulling teeth. Yeah, except for this lady, she doesn't have many left. Lady Tammy says, "Can you go back?" Oh yeah. I saved that one for later.
Assisting.
Chat is saying for you to get well.
With reference to
She says she'll be fine,
the home.
but she thanks
any
chat.
time, Did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
During the time that you were there, let me ask more specifically, about how long a period of time was it that you were there, or about what time did you leave?
I believe I left approximately around 1:30, 1:45, approximately.
And do you know about what time it was that you arrived there?
I'd say approximately somewhere between 12:20, 12:30. Well, 12:20, I believe, 12:20-ish, because the last call from John, when I went back and looked, was 12:18.
Now,
Was that before or after you Googled how long does it take to die in the snow, in the cold?
mood, demeanor inside the house, what if anything do you recall with respect to that?
Good. Everybody was in a good mood. There was no, Brian and Brian were talking. My sister was cleaning. I was talking with the kids. You know, just a normal night.
Now, while you were in the kitchen dining room area for the time that you were there, did you see anybody or observe anybody from the group that you just described go anywhere else in the house as far as away from that area?
Julie Nagel went outside.
So beyond Julie Nagel going outside, did you see anybody else go upstairs, downstairs, to the basement area, or anywhere else in the house?
No.
Now, given that when you were in the car and you were driving, you hooked your phone up to the charger, is that right?
Yes.
Do you recall charging your phone at any point in time when you were at?
She was charging her phone? You don't say.
I don't recall.
You mentioned Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson. Were those people that you knew prior to that night of the 28th?
I was familiar with who Sarah Levinson was, maybe had run into her at different points. Julie Nagel was closer to Brian, so I would see her. I think she's dog sat for me when I've been away. Like Brian will do it, but then if he's not available, Julie will do it. I don't know if she had dog sat for me before then or right after then, but
Yes,
I
Boda
was
Bob.
definitely familiar with Julie, and she possibly could have dog sat for me prior to that.
And now with reference, there was also someone there by the name of Brian Higgins, is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also someone who was there prior to you getting there, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you know about Mr. Higgins, or did you know him prior to that?
I had met him a few times. He's Brian Albert's friend.
So other than being your brother-in-law's friend and meeting him a couple times, you didn't really know him that well, fair to say?
Good, yes.
Now, you mentioned at some points that Julie went outside, correct?
Yes.
Nagel went outside?
Yes.
And do you know what she was going outside for?
You know, it would be really
Yes,
epic.
her brother had come to pick her up. And so
It would
she
be
was
really
going to go
epic.
tell him, try to get him
As
to
if in the
come in.
middle of his direct examination, Lally just stops and goes, "Your Honor, I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. Prosecution drops all charges." Like, I know it will never happen in a million years because Lally is in bed with all of them.
I'll sustain it in that form.
But how epic would that
What,
be?
if anything, had you said
A prosecutor just gives, he's like, you know what? I want to switch sides. I want to be on the good side of history.
prior to her going outside?
Sustained.
Like, that would be pretty epic.
Now, if you know about how long was Ms. Nagel outside?
I believe it was just a few minutes.
And at any point in time while Ms. Nagel was outside, what, if anything,
Excuse me?
so when Ms. Nagel went outside, what,
Mhm.
what were you?
I was sitting at the table, and then my nephew had said another car was out there.
Turtle Boy cannot be in the courtroom yet because McCabe is on the stand.
I went to the front door.
And front door of the home leads sort of, you walk in there, there's a foyer and a staircase in front of you.
Yes.
And as far as the front door was concerned, is there any sort of other door that's, is it just sort of the wooden front door, or is there another door in front?
The door was open, so it was just a storm door.
And the storm door is made out of glass, is that correct?
Yes.
So when you went over to the storm door and looked out, what, if anything, did you see?
I saw a vehicle.
And can you describe the vehicle that you saw?
I saw a dark SUV.
And as far as Ms. Nagel, did you make any observations of where she was when you looked outside?
I kind of just looked at the vehicle, and then I saw lights kind of over to this side. But then once I saw the vehicle, I took out my phone and I texted John.
And just so we're clear, as far as when you say this side, so you're standing at the storm door,
Mhm.
see the vehicle, and where's the vehicle in relation to you and where you're standing at the front?
It was straight ahead.
Now, the headlights that you were saying is sort of off to the side. From your perspective, looking out at the street, is that to the left, to the right, or something else?
Left.
And as far as this dark SUV that you saw, could you tell anything else about it as far as the make or model, or did you recognize it at all?
No.
Now, at this time on January 29th, 2022, were you familiar with any sort of vehicles that Mr. O'Keefe had?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicles did he have?
Gosh, I don't know the brand. It's, it was a small SUV type.
Do you recall like what color it was?
His might have been grayish. I'm not 100% sure.
And any other vehicles that he may have had?
Yes, he had this old fashioned car that he loved, but Kaylee is so embarrassed of it. But yeah, he had that as well.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed was concerned, were you familiar with what kind of vehicle she had at that time?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle were you generally aware of her driving?
She had a Lexus.
And was that a sedan or an SUV, or what kind of vehicle?
I think it was like a small SUV.
Now, the vehicle that you saw outside of the residence of Fairview when you looked out the storm door, was that consistent with what you knew Ms. Reed to be driving at that time?
Yes.
Now, as far as that vehicle was concerned, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you see anyone exit that vehicle or come out of that vehicle at all?
No.
Certainly never saw anybody exit that vehicle and walk over and come inside the house.
Sustained.
As far as that vehicle, when you first saw it, did you tell whether or not it was running or anything like that?
It was running. Yes, I could. I could tell it was running. It had the taillights. I could see the red.
You could
I'm
see
going
the
to
red.
ask you to keep your voice up, okay?
Okay, sorry.
Now, in addition to the taillights that you saw, could you see the headlights or anything like that?
Yes, the headlights were on.
And as far as the interior of the vehicle, were there any lights on inside the vehicle that you saw at any point in time?
No.
And as far as the windows of the vehicle, what, if anything, did you observe as far as their coloration? Was it tint or anything like that that you saw?
Didn't observe. No.
Now, you see the vehicle sort of straight ahead of the front door, and then you pull out your phone to text Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you texted to him at that point?
I think I said here, question mark.
And what did you text Google 2 hours later?
You think you said here, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Show Mr. Jackson, okay.
Oh, Jackson is taking this one. Hell yeah. He's not going to let Yannetti have all the fun.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a 3-page document, just ask you to look at it.
Okay.
just generally speaking, that 3-page document, do you recognize the contents of that?
I do.
Or what do you recognize it to be?
It's my text messaging with John.
So from sort of the early part of the 28th and around midnight through, I'm sorry, the 29th through the entirety of the 29th.
Yes.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson? Okay.
Oh, interesting. Now Lally's trying to introduce some texts. We don't know what they are. Maybe they're relevant, maybe they're not. Maybe Jackson is asking for a clarification. Or maybe he doesn't want the text to be in at all if they're not authenticated. No, these are going to be different texts, I imagine. Although Jennifer McCabe was a party to those texts. But I think the point has been made. I'm trying to find a photo of Jennifer McCabe, like before all of this went down. Does she have like a LinkedIn page or something? Because I want to see if she always looked like a skeleton. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I can't remember. Is she an actress? So like, I wasn't sure. I saw her and I was like, wait, she has an IMDb page? Is that the same Jennifer McCabe? Ugh. Sorry, I was reacting to her face. I thought I saw an IMDb page, unless I missed something. Jennifer McCabe on LinkedIn. Oh, there's like 10,000 of them. It's a very common name. Florida, yeah. Florida. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. They're probably going to break for lunch in a minute. I still can't believe that happened today.
Actually, great timing. So we'll have you back here at 2 o'clock. And Ms. McCabe, I'll just ask you to let the jurors walk.
3:55.
Court, all rise.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. $3:55. Lunch break. All right, folks. We got to do a couple of things. Number one, since I just had my lunch, I mean, I'm still eating it. I'm almost done, but I'm kind of full. So I'm going to take a short break from the food.
Okay, so we're still in session?
Oh, wait.
Be seated.
Just so the court has it, I have an extra copy. The court.
That's what I was hoping for. Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you. And then, Mr. Lally, you'll be able to make those redactions that are necessary over the luncheon break?
Yes, Your Honor, I think what we can, and by we, I mean Ms. Gilman, because she's the one who can actually do these things. But no, I think we will be able to sort of take the whole numbers off of it and be able to print new copies without the numbers so that they can be
So
used.
the same version?
Exact same thing,
Therefore,
just with,
authentication, redacted for purposes of admission and publication.
yes.
All
Yes.
right, great. I appreciate that. We'll see you at 2:00.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Can Lally prep her during lunch? Absolutely not. Is he going to? He might. I mean, he's already done it. You know, he's not going to go through lunch because she's still on direct. There's really not a whole lot to say. But if it was like about to be crossed, then maybe. I want to show you guys this. This was on March 12th. Is it going to play?
The court should note the following. Not only does the Celebrite report confirm the search and the time of that search, not only do our experts confirm the search and the time of that search, but now a Quantico-trained special agent with the FBI's Regional Computer Forensic Lab. In other words, the United States Federal Bureau of Investigation also specifically confirms that that search was made on Jennifer McCabe's phone, and it was made on or before 2:27 and 40 seconds a.m. on January 29th, 2022. That fact, Your Honor, is no longer open for debate. The court should note the following.
He's basically, sorry, I'm like really loud. I'm sorry you guys can't hear it. It sucks that it's so, but basically what Alan Jackson was just saying, the volume was all the way up, folks. It was literally on maximum. So I'm sorry if you can't hear it, but it was literally on maximum. Alan Jackson was saying the FBI confirms that Jen McCabe had the Google search and several other experts had the Google search. Unfortunately, I can't make it any louder. It's already on maximum. I can drop the link in the chat though, so you guys can go and listen to it yourselves. So that's number one that I wanted to show you. Number two, what I wanted to do is I wanted to go back.
Do you recall that?
I recall it, correct.
And those were your words, correct?
Yes, they are.
May that be displayed?
No, it's in. We may display it later, but I'd like to move this testimony. Intend to use so that we can avoid all of this. And if you have a copy from me, that would be helpful for object.
One word, correct? Story straight, correct?
Right here,
No.
right here. This is the clip.
9 seconds.
Court, all rise for the jury.
Just about to ask.
Janetti?
Here we go.
Mr. McCabe, when we broke, I was just about to ask you about the last exchange here. You will agree with me that on February 1st of 2022 at 12:51 and 49 seconds, you texted the group chat to say, ask Chris to ask some questions, correct?
Yep, I'm reading it right now. Yes, that's correct.
And who was the Chris you were referring to?
That would be Chris Albert.
Brian's brother, correct?
That is correct.
And then you texted your wife, Brian Albert, and Nicole Albert, quote, tell them the guy never went in the house. Correct?
Yeah, that's part of the same text. Yes,
Mr. McCabe, who was the guy that you were referring to? Does he have a name?
that would be John O'Keefe.
When you told the group to tell them the guy never went in the house, that was you talking about how you should all get your stories straight, correct?
No,
You would agree with me that your stories are all straight in terms of the guy never went in the house, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
John never went in the house. It's not a story, it's a fact.
Well, when you said, tell them the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert was on that exchange still, was he not? He was still part of the group text?
Yes, Brian is on the exchange.
And Brian Albert was the one to respond, wasn't he?
Let me switch pages here. 51.
He responded, did he not?
Yes, he did.
And then at that point, you knew Brian Albert was the oldest brother of the Albert family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The oldest sibling in that family, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And in his response to your instructions that his younger brother, Chris, should say that John O'Keefe never went in the house, or the guy never went in the house, you would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
I want to hear it again. I want to hear that part again, real quick.
You would agree with me that he responded with one word, correct?
Yes, he did.
And in response to you saying the guy never went in the house, Brian Albert's response was exactly, correct?
Yes, that's his response.
We're done here.
All right. Commonwealth, any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Oh God, it never gets old. It never gets old, folks. This, I swear, David Yannetti has a new nickname in my book. David, we're done here, Yannetti. His voice when he says, it's a fact. Yeah, exactly, BG Borda. Oh man, I'm gonna create a meme right now. I want to make a meme. I want a meme. I need like a quality photo though. Let's see. He doesn't have a lot of like high resolution photos. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. This is a good high resolution photo. Oops. Let's see. I made a meme. What do y'all think? What do you guys think? Oh, I misspelled his name. Bloody hell. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It works. He needs 2 N's. It's gonna take too long to edit it. I'm just posting it. It's fine. It's fine. It's a common misspelling of his last name. I'm done with this guy. All right, folks. Enjoy your lunch break. I'll see you all in 45 minutes. You're going to be pushed into the boilers and toilets. I'll see you guys in 45 minutes, okay? In the other stream, 2 p.m. Eastern time, 46 minutes from now. All right. See you all in the other stream, folks. Bye, everyone. See you in a bit.